Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Also from me, this is the second day of our kickoff meeting of Entrances project. As we said yesterday, we had a very productive morning with interesting discussion and very important interventions from inside and outside the consortium. Riccardo and Giovanni gave us some important general information about the project and its contents, challenges, what are the scientific and the policy implication of Entrances. We also heard from INEA and DG Research about the legal aspects connected to the implementation of the project and the general policy framework in which Entrances is collocated, also in view of the next research and innovation program, Horizon Europe, passing through the Green Deal call that will be launched soon. And the same can be said about the introductory speech of policy makers and from platform of carbon regions. So now we go to the core of Entrances, starting this morning with the presentation of the work package 1 on the conceptual framework. And this work package, together with the work package 2 on the methodological framework, represent the analytic strand of the project. And it is the basis for the research that will be carried out in the 13 carbon regions. And they are, work package 1 and work package 2, also the place where the cross-disciplinary research will take the shape. So we will make this presentation with the participation of the task leaders of the 6 social components of the work package. So yeah, I ask them to respect the time assigned to them. I will just say a few words to introduce this section, and I would like to start from the overall conceptual approach of Entrances, which is focused on the multi-dimensional analytic framework formed by the 6 components. Yesterday we talked about that several times: the economics, technical, ecological, cultural, and political, and psychological. Work package 1 is composed by 7 tasks, and 1 for each component from task 1 to 6, and from a cross-cutting workspace, the task 7, which is led by knowledge and innovation. But how does work package 1 work? With respect to the methods, for each component, and then from the task 1 to 6, a list of factors, dynamics, and patterns will be identified, which are relevant for research. Factors are single phenomena, which like population movement, increase of gross domestic product, or changes in political orientations. They are all affecting energy transition and or reterritorialization process, while dynamics are trends emerging from the interaction among set of phenomena, also of different nature. And the patterns are recurrent configuration of phenomena which can be relevant for the investigation in the different concerned regions. The general aim is to single out those aspects that ex ante are expected to be important for the transition towards clean energy of the coal carbon intensive regions. What's the focus? The focus is just a moment. Yeah. The focus of the work package 1 is to develop and fine-tune the conceptual framework outlined in the proposal, which will be also the basis of the methodological framework work package 2. In fact, the two work packages, as I said, will run in parallel. For each component, a specification of factors, dynamics, and patterns will be done three ways. The first, based on a specific approach, socio-economic, socio-technical, socio-ecological, will rely on approaches already adopted for studying clean energy transition. The other three include peculiar aspects like deterritorialization, dynamics, rise of populism, and outward migration, etc. Sifted through literature with the two main objectives, updating the related specific approach and adapting it to the context of coal and carbon intensive regions in transition, and identifying aspects that may be relevant for the analysis in other contexts affected by similar societal challenges, like deindustrialization, depopulation, deterritorialization. And the third is the selection through a multidisciplinary dialogue, which is the place of the focus of the task 7 led by Kay and I. This last one is the third way to specify the list of factors, dynamics, and patterns. This means that a scientific dialogue will be carried out in a cross-cutting workspace through physical and virtual meetings with the aim of harmonizing and gradually integrating the factors, dynamics, and patterns selected in each components by identifying coincidences, complementarities, and synergies, as well as potential contradictions and overlapping among them. Such meetings will be aimed at presenting the approach under development, discussing them, and collecting suggestions. Then discussing and providing inputs for inserting gender as a variable of research in all analytic components. And the last one is developing a common factor description grid, which is also one of the two deliverables of the work package 1. As a final result, a report on multi-dimensional key factor dynamics and patterns will be drafted, and this is the deliverable, the second deliverable of the work package. Last information I would like to give you is the work plan, of very tentative work plan of work package 1. Of course, the final calendar will be discussed tomorrow, and it will be done on the basis of a common discussion together with the work package 2, and will include also some meetings led by work package 2. So this is partial. Anyway, from month 1 to 6, scoping review of literature will be done by task 1 to 6, and a development of a common factor grid will be done by the task 7. The month 7 and 8 will be devoted to the drafting 6 reports on factor dynamics and patterns, and this will be done by tasks 1 to 6. And finally, months 9 and 10 will be devoted to a report on multidimensional key factors, dynamics and patterns, written by task 7. Okay, this is my short introduction. I don't want to use other time, more time, so I am very happy to give the floor to the first presentation of this work package, which is led by Oliver Holt-Moller by the Halle Institute for Economic Research, and he will present the task on socio-economic aspects.
Okay.
Oliver, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you, Fabio. You have to stop your transmission.
Yeah, you're right.
Otherwise, I cannot start mine.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Please.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah, perfectly, please.
Perfect.
Okay, so I have two screens, so I can only either look to the camera or to my presentation, so you won't see me from up front during my talk. Yeah, so let's focus on task 1.1, socioeconomic key factors, dynamics, and patterns. Thank you, Fabio, for explaining already what factors, dynamics, and patterns are. I think this is important to understand beforehand. And what is the objective of this task 1.1, socioeconomic key factors, dynamics, and patterns? So what we are going to do as economists is we are modeling structural change. And what we understand as structural change is the reallocation of economic activity across sectors. So now there are economic activities in the carbon and coal intensive sectors, and these activities will somehow shift to other sectors and maybe also to other regions. And this is what we understand as a structural change. And it will be important to define what are the variables that we are looking at. That will be a main task of both work packages 1 and 2, as far as I understand it. And what we have in mind, of course, is economic factors like production in the coal and carbon intensive sectors, but also in other sectors. Then, of course, consumption. So what is produced is also consumed somewhere. Then there are financial indicators like income or fiscal transfers. And then there's the demographic structure of the regions. And this is related to the age structure of the population, but also, and this is very important in the context of structural change, migration. There will be a deliverable. Fabio has already mentioned that, this report on socioeconomic key factors, dynamics, and patterns in coal and carbon intensive regions. And this report is due in month 8. Okay, so what is the concept and the approach? As I said in the beginning, what we are going to do is to integrate regional structural change in an economic growth model. To non-economists, this might sound surprising because you would expect this should already exist because structural change is taking place anywhere. But in fact, if you look into standard growth models, then very often this phenomenon of structural change is not covered. So there's plenty of stuff to do, especially in the context of what we now call environmental macroeconomics, so including phenomena like climate change, but also other things into these growth models. So there's no standard model that you can take off from the shelf and then just apply it. You have to do a lot of work to come up with a model that you can use for our specific purpose. But we don't have to start from square one. We can build upon previous work. We have done a project for the German Environmental Agency in which we have modeled the structural change in Germany due to the coal phase out. So there's a commission in Germany that is defining a phase out path for shutting down the lignite coal power plants. And we have already done quite a lot of work on this topic, and we have a multi-region, multi-sector model for Germany, and we plan to extend that to European regions during our project or task. What you also have to do is a literature review, so that is somehow easy, but of course it has to be done. And the most critical factor, and I think we have to come up with a solution rather soon, this was also addressed yesterday already, is to define the regions that we are talking about. Somebody has explained yesterday the example of Wales, and it's very similar in Germany. For example, the coal region, central Germany, consists of NUTS 3 regions that belong to different or various NUTS 2 regions. And if you put these NUTS 2 regions together and define them as the coal region, then you end up with a NUTS 2 region that is that large that you have 2 separate coal regions included in that region. So we will have really to do some work on coming up with a good concept for the level of regional disaggregation. And perhaps we can discuss this later, but I think it would be a good idea to have something like a task force also. Some people working together on the definition on the regions. That's really important. So what we currently have, I think this is also written in the proposal, is NUTS 2 regions and the definition of NUTS 2 regions that are either coal or carbon regions. But of course, I think it would be better to somehow go down to the NUTS 3 level, but then it will be complicated to get all the data that we need. So this will be an important task to come up with a definition of the regions. So I already talked about the exemplary or important factors that we can look at, like population density and age structure, but also the economic variables. Then another point that we need to think about is how is our task affected by the corona pandemic? And we can distinguish between two different aspects. The first one is the organizational aspect. I don't see any major impact on the organizational part of our work. It's mainly work that we do at our desks with our computer. So this can be done also in these difficult times. Then there is the economic impact of the pandemic on the regions. And of course, this is something that we will have to discuss very intensively. There are two things that I think are important. So fighting the pandemic and restarting the economy will be extremely costly. Therefore, the economic efficiency of the transition, the coal phase out or shutdown of carbon intensive industries and the structural change accompanying this change, this has to be really efficient. Otherwise, it would be too costly, and we have to think about this more intensively. In Germany, the coal phase out was characterized by a situation with a very good fiscal situation. We had the surplus in the public budget, and so politics have been quite generous with support for the regions because there was money available. And this will obviously change during the corona pandemic because large public deficits are building up. And this will somehow change the basis for fiscal transfers to the regions that are affected by the structural change. And moreover, coal and carbon intensive regions may be differently affected by the corona pandemic than other regions. I don't know that yet, but this is something that we have to investigate. Concerning the conceptual framework, there again, I don't see any major impact. We had that discussion before in our risk assessment meeting. So what we are doing is a model-based comparison of various scenarios. And of course, we have to adapt our baseline scenario to the new situation. But this is not a conceptual issue, that is something that we have to do always because the world is changing every time. And yeah, so then there was some literature on the slides, and that's it from my side for task 1.1.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you very much. I will not do any comment because we have some delays. So I give the floor to, thank you for your presentation, Oliver, on the socio-economic the component. I give the floor to Mark Wolfram of the Leibniz Institute for Ecological, Urban and Regional Development for two presentations, one on socio-technical and one on socio-environmental component. So you have the floor for 16 minutes. Please take respect the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabio. So let me first of all share the slides. I've changed the order. I will start from the socio-ecological. I will also tell you why.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter, of course, for our task order, but I think it doesn't matter in terms of the narrative. So. Okay, it should be visible now or coming soon.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, let me pick up just one comment from our colleagues in Halle, from Oliver just now regarding the definition of the regions. I think this is a very important point, certainly. I think that we are covering two of the angles of our epistemological prism that we're using here. And I guess that every angle comes up with a different definition. So I think that's within the logic of these different perspectives that we are using here in this project, the 6 core ones, that each of them will have at least one different answer on the question of what is the region. So I guess that will remain a challenge in terms of how to deal with that puzzle and the differences in terms of spatial geometries and most of all relational approaches like we will have to use actually in our research. Yeah, so I said starting from ecology, why? Because you may remember the call text, which doesn't actually address ecology. The main concern was about the social and the political implications of energy transition. And we said you can actually not meaningfully discuss future development paths for a region if you do not look at what is happening in the landscape, what is happening in terms of ecosystems and ecosystem services. And that does not only refer to the obvious, which is in the coal regions, taking away maybe some of the resources directly from the region. It relates to a number of other ecosystem services. And this is something that becomes particularly evident now in the current crisis. If you think about the valuation of regulating services, the awareness about air quality, the awareness about availability of green spaces, and cultural services, recreational services, and so forth. That is something that has, of course, to do with the perception of the scarcity of those right now, changes in the quality of those. Oh, I don't see the chat, Fabio. Is there any?
You don't see the?
Just the request to switch to full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Better that way.
It was not by me.
Yeah. So the those services are, of course, gaining in terms of their relative importance and also in terms of the valuation. That in turn affects, of course, how people act politically. So social ecological systems, just a minor remark there on the term, this has actually a long history not being termed social, but social. Why? Because the intention was to balance between the social and the ecological. Otherwise, the social is just a modifier. I know that there are different usages in the literature, but this is why we are using social ecological systems, because that is the established terminology in the literature and in the scientific discussion. This is a scheme early on from Elinor Ostrom, which is still thinking very much about ecosystem services in terms of resources, and it puts them into a relational, systemic perspective, identifying how resources are being used, are being put to use by human activities, infrastructures, and so forth, and how this is, of course, leading into particular action situations within which actors, stakeholders decide about resources. So that led her to identify a number of parameters, variables, or factors, we will probably call them here, and identifying their role in the system. So that enables you to describe interactions in the system and therefore also to have an idea about its dynamic and its development path. Just want to draw attention to technology, because this is very functionalist in a way, because this is only one factor here and very much perceived as sort of a tool. And I come back to that, of course, when I talk about the socio-technical. So fast forward, if we use this kind of perspective to look at our regions, carbon and coal both, then I think it's important to recognize that first of all, there are a number of priority impacts that I've listed here, but also that there is an important difference in terms of where those implications matter, spatially and scale-wise. So for the coal-intensive regions, you have actually all of these implications, ecological implications, very much locally, regionally, whereas for the carbon-intensive ones, there is a shift because it of course, has increasing implications when it comes to other regions elsewhere. So that the tailor-coupled implications are what we need to discuss here and how we will take them into account. These models are, of course, relational. So they look at place-based, but with a view to what you may be familiar with, this concept of panarchy, also other spatial scales. So what happens in a particular place in terms of decision context is put into a relation to other scales and stakeholder and other levels of decision making. Yeah, so that this relational perspective, I think, is something that we need to consider when we look at the data collection. Now that we will certainly not only be able to look at the regions themselves and local actors, therefore. Thinking about COVID-19 implications, it might imply positively thinking that there are new demands now appearing in terms of a circular economy, looking at more local resource usages, maybe also a more green economy, yeah, in terms of the thinking about more autonomy, more independent structures economically. And also, as I mentioned, the revaluation of local ecosystem services, in particular in terms of recreation, food and air, these are gaining in profile. However, what we already recognize in terms of what is dominating the media, climate change and biodiversity, the dominant topics of 2019, in terms of also elections, they might be wiped away. So these are sort of losing profile and losing importance in the overall discourse of how regions are developing. Yeah, our focus in this is certainly on the capacity of steering socio-ecological system transformation. This is where we can see that there is a more manageable and more specific range of factors that we should focus on. And well, for this task, the key outcome will be based on the literature review to identify what are the key factors, patterns, and dynamics very closely mapped to the specific case of the coal and carbon intensive regions, of course. Yeah, that brings me to the socio-technical system analysis, where the starting point is a slightly different one because it recognizes and explores the central role that technology plays in the wider societal change. So it's the mutual shaping of technology and society, which is the core concern here. And this is where I said it's not, it's opening up this functionless toolbox of the social ecological understanding of technology and explores actually what is happening in society when technology is used and when technologies are reshaping institutions and practices. So the key notion here is that of a socio-technical regime, which is a kind of stable rule set that is able to control change and innovation in relation to particular technologies. So if we think about an energy system in a region, for instance, you have a certain network of producers, users, you have science input, you have financiers, suppliers, and so forth, and of course authorities. And the key point is that the relationships between those is what makes up for stability of those systems, and of course resistance to change, control of change, and also control of the type of innovation that can happen or may not happen. Yeah, thinking about energy, this is particular because that means we certainly have to distinguish between different technologies there. Electricity and heat is the most prominent divide, but it's also a multi-regime in STS terms because energy is very closely linked to other socio-technical regimes, in particular in terms of water, energy and water nexus, but also in terms of waste and food. So it's a coupled system, and those interconnections, they may matter more or less for depending on what kind of region you look at. Yeah? So this is an important aspect. In terms of space and scale, this comes in here also in a very much relational perspective. So you need to consider local to global interactions. It's not only about the region per se, you know, the geographically perimeter, but it's about networks of actors, of stakeholders, and it is about place-based interactions. Yeah? So it's, again, as I also mentioned, for the social ecological and relational perspective. The dynamics of those systems, and this is of course where it becomes interesting for our analysis, that's very often described through the multi-level perspective, which illustrates the kind of dynamics that occur in transitions, where regimes come under pressure from, on the one hand side, changes in the landscape and changes in innovation contexts. This is also, of course, something that we will take as a basic perspective here in order to look at dynamics and patterns. Oh, this is animated, sorry for that. In particular, also here, what seems suitable is to focus on the capacity for steering STS transformation. So there are a number of approaches in terms of transition governance that focus on particular factors and particular parameters that are required in order to enable socio-technical system change. Yeah, talking about the pandemic, this is pretty critical, certainly because there might be a very strong tendency in this context towards a restoration of existing socio-technical systems because the priority is growth and jobs currently. It might also have implications in terms of market restructuring, in terms of regaining public control or maybe even local control over energy systems. There might be niche innovations that we are seeing here in terms of decentral renewables, and most of all, there might be organizational change involved in terms of work-life and mobility patterns in regions, all of which has strong implications for energy systems. So these are obviously broad brush hypotheses. Yeah, as I said, our focus will be on capacity, and there are a number of frameworks and concepts that can be used for this. Most of all, as I mentioned, we are interested in connecting between the social-ecological system perspective and the socio-technical. This is something that has happened already in some part of the literature, where it is recognized that there are some commonalities, obvious commonalities between these approaches in terms of their understanding of transformation governance and processes, in terms of their temporal and scalar approaches. But they are strongly complementary because one is unpacking ecology and the other one is unpacking technology and how they play out in systemic change. So that makes out for a varying geometry, again, of what is a region, what kind of regional relationships would matter for defining a future development path. So we're interested, of course, in the synergies between those to highlight what an SES and an STS understanding can bring to the table in terms of discussing future changes in our case study regions. And using the transformative capacity concept as a starting point for that might be a useful thing to do. Yeah, I leave it there, I guess, to start as an input for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mark. You recovered sometimes, very, very appreciated. Give the floor to Giovanni for the presentation about the socio-cultural components. Are you ready, Giovanni? There is a space for a discussion after the work package on methodology. So, yeah, we will discuss some of the issues there. Please, Giovanni.
Thank you very much, Fabio. We will this task 1.4 is about the socio-cultural factors, and okay, now it's working. And the objective of the task is to identify a set of ex-ante factors, dynamics, and patterns connected with socio-cultural stress. And we will see in a minute what we mean by that. Related both to the clean energy transition, so to the decarbonization process in coal and carbon intensive region, but also we want to focus on the general deterritorialization process ongoing in European regions, because we cannot assume that coal and carbon intensive regions are affected only by decarbonization, but they are obviously they are also affected by more general dynamics that are ongoing in different kinds of territories. So what is sociocultural stress? Is a concept developed for explaining the change and stability dynamics in society. It's a concept that has been built as a bridge between two families of theories. So one is a system theory, and the other is the theory related to conflict. So sociocultural stress do not deny any of the two, but is thought as a bridge to use them together. It's a medium-range theory, so connect macro and micro phenomena, and for this reason, it is especially useful for empirical research. It is a key to interpret, one of the possible key to interpret agency structure dynamics in context in which the social structure, as we said yesterday, we mean by that rules, norms, role model, system of values, and so on, show a low adaptation to the broader social change, but at the same time still exerts a regulative function over individuals. So sociocultural stress can also be defined as a reaction to change where the adaptation is, the capacity of adaptation is poor. This theory also explained that a certain degree of stress is always present in society because the social system of values and so on are not accepted, fully accepted by all the people in society, by all the subsystem of society. So there is always a certain degree of stress, and this stress manifests itself in strains of different types, like conflicts, tension, resistances, dissonances, and so on. Under circumstances of fast or profound change, as it is for coal and carbon intensive region, the analysis of sociocultural stress can be a way to better understand reaction and coping strategies, but also structural resistances and structural forms of adaptation and adjustment. In coal and carbon intensive region, we are interested to study stress factors related to decarbonization process, but also related to other changes ongoing, like demographic changes, migration, deindustrialization, climate change consequences, digitization, and others. And obviously, we are also interested to look at the strategies developed to cope with this sociocultural stress that normally are defined as internalization and externalization strategies. In this task, we will do a scoping review of the literature. We will look both at the study on coal and carbon intensive region using this lens of sociocultural stress, but also we will look at like doing a translation from other territorial studies. We want to translate what the results of other territorial studies to coal and carbon intensive region. So we will look at studies on the population and social deprivation. Now I just want to provide some example of what factor, dynamics, and pattern can be in this perspective. For example, a factor can be the education-induced youth migration. So it's sociocultural because youth migration is not only related to availability of jobs in the region, but also to lifestyle expectations, which the literature will show to be one key reason for the young people to leave. And obviously is a factor of deterritorialization because it's a direct loss of human resources for the region. What kind of dynamics can be identified? For example, young people leave and the parents leave after them. So a dynamics is that education-induced youth migration can intensify the population, or obviously it intensify demographic aging. The population phenomena is also decrease the attractiveness for investment and decrease the social and cultural attractiveness. So these are all dynamics related to something that at the beginning is good because young people want to be educated, have tertiary level education, so they leave some regions that are not attractive in this respect. There are also some contradictory dynamics. For example, youth migration is often associated with return migration in a later stage or remittances. What an example of pattern, obviously the youth migration trigger decreased cultural attractiveness that it reinforces youth migration. So this is a pattern of phenomena connected one with the other. What are the outcomes that we expect to have from this work? We expect to have specification of a list of sociocultural stress factors, dynamics, and pattern that potentially ex ante can contribute to the reterritorialization process of the coal and carbon intensive region. And in this way, in the empirical phase, this will allow us to identify in each region which stressors, so which stress factors are in action and what is the relation with the decarbonization process. Just to close, changes triggered by COVID-19 is not clear at the moment how this will impact on social-cultural stress of coal and carbon intensive region, but it's possible to hypothesize that certain stress factors can be exacerbated or accelerated while others can be mitigated. Here are just some few references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Give the floor to Richard Filkak. You can prepare your slides, Richard. Richard is from the Center for Social and Psychological Sciences of Slovak Academy of Sciences. So, please, Richard.
Yeah, give me a second. So, start broadcasting.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we are there.
Yeah.
All right. So, can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Is it there?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Fine. Actually, I'm quite happy because it's always tricky with these online tools. So okay. Anyway, so task 1.5 is socio-political key factors. To a great extent, I will actually relate to the already mentioned dimensions of economic, technical, socio-cultural stressors, which are all influence political factors, dynamics, and patterns. I will just spend some time on points of departure, how we kind of conceptually approach this task, then focus on the work, key issues, and last but not least, activities, outputs anticipated in this task. So, as already mentioned several times, carbon and carbon-intensive regions are regions involved in a general conflict, which is going on different levels, regions, national, European level, over territory, and how to take back control. The socio-political factors are really strongly related here with theories of technology, how to explain the factors that shape technological innovation, what is real or presumed impact of technology on society and politics. The framework we decided to use for this task is the one of technological drama. So it's building narrative of a battle among different actors to determine the meaning and implications of the technology. So we would depend here on the work of especially Brian Pfeffenberg, but also Mackenzie, Wetzman, who are working in the areas of social construction of technology, how technology determines human action, vice versa. Technology as a politics pursued by the means or politics constructed by technological means. Kind of couple of the key concepts and focus of the work. First of all, we do prepare for ex-ante identification of key factors, dynamic and patterns, as which is general approach throughout the work package 1. We will focus on the conflicts that may arise with the climate change sector, in particular with the clean energy transition, decarbonization of coal and carbon-intensive regions. Here we can focus also on the rise of populism, rise of local tensions affiliated with this transformation, and how they shape consensus of policy in our case studies. We would build on social construction technology approaches, so how human action shape technology, technical reconstruction of the resistance to political power. We would focus on the wider context. Here we think about the socio-cultural and political situation, how they shape norms and values, which in turn influence regional transformation. Again, this is very much related to the other tasks in the work package 1, which are kind of setting basis for the analysis of political factors. Then we would focus on the interpretive flexibility and sources of conflicts. So here we talk about interfaces between technological change, abandonment and technology in the social context, and conflicts or type of conflicts which may arising. Political factors, dynamics and patterns are very closely related to the relevant social groups, which needs to be identified and described and categorized. Energy transformation is inevitably also about who has access to decision making, to what extent, how is the local policy shaped by the public discourse, what is the quality of the public discourse, and last but not least, who are those winners and losers in the transformation, or what is the differentiated exposure to the impacts of transformation? Because as we know, the main sources of conflicts are closely related with, let's say, group interests or class interests, which are maybe very different in different contexts, and may be crucial when we want to understand factors and their dynamics and patterns. And last but not least, focus also on the closure and stabilization. How do the relevant social groups reach a consensus? What is the quality of the consensus, and how different aspects shape closure and stabilization in the process of political factors, dynamics, and patterns. Couple of words about activities and outputs. So I would work with the framework as technological drama analytic approach to the transition of coal and carbon intensive regions, which of course needs to be adjusted, updated, and more streamlined on our subject of research. We rely here again on this research and scoping review literature, included those literature on which deals with the rise of populism, post-truth politics, or local resistance in the clean energy transition and climate change fields, how they are actually shaping local policies, so what are the arguments used, what are the actually dynamics behind this different trends and streams, which some of them are relatively new, but some of them are quite, old as the industrial, from the beginning of industrial revolution, let's say. And the outcome would be the report on socio-political key factors, dynamic and patterns. COVID and implications for the task 1.5. I don't think there will be much impact on the conceptual framework. What may change is the relative position of individual factors, which may play a bigger or stronger or a smaller role given the time of the process. Data gathering analysis, the task is, as was already mentioned or described already by Fabio in the beginning, is for the first 8 months. So we are, I think, pretty much in a good time frame. So we have time to conduct this research. I think the key would be, again, to have a good communication with other tasks in work package 1 to kind of get coherence between different tasks and see where are the overlaps and how we can actually fit these overlaps together. Among the implications for sociopolitical implications, this could be actually this is going to be, I think, very interesting question. Some of the aspects already mentioned by people in other tasks, and is the story about what would the crisis and anticipated economic crisis do with the existing conflicts, what they may do to resist this resistance to coal mining closure if they will become revival sometime. How prioritization of decarbonization will stay on the agenda, especially when in many of the countries, or maybe perhaps all of the countries, will see rapid advancement of austerity measures. We already see quite strong impact on the labor market. You know, like when we did research on small and medium enterprises in the coal mining region half a year ago, the main problem was actually lack of workforce. Now the picture completely changed, including what would happen with the local economy, key factors like bankruptcy of small and medium enterprises, advancement of Industry 4.0, which all is kind of like, you know, in the basis of the conflicts in terms of labor market, which are then faced in the level of policy. So this is roughly kind of in a nutshell our ideas how we will start with the work. Of course, this is only the beginning of the process, and there's a long journey ahead of us. And let's see. And I hope for fruitful cooperation and looking forward for the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, the floor is goes to Ricardo. Ricardo will present Ricardo Garcia Mira will present the socio-psychological component, the task on the socio-psychological component. Please, Ricardo.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Let me share the screen.
Affect.
Can you see the screen? Yes.
Yeah, please.
Well, one of the more useful approaches of this project is the possibility of sharing, you know, all these views and putting all of them in relation. So the socio-psychological aspects, as we understood, screen. Allow us to go to the main activity of during these first months of making a review of the literature that will be carried out along this year, related to the territorial attachment and identity key factors that are, from the social psychology point of view, the main aspects, the main social, psychosocial aspects to underline, both in the energy field and in other fields where the rapid territorial transformation are ongoing. We try to produce here, by the month 8, a short report on socio-psychological key factors about the dynamics and patterns that contribute to better understand how to find the clean energy transition, how it can be understood to the light of the recent theories of attachment to place and place identity. These are concepts, theoretical concepts that come from the applied field of the social psychology, which was developed very early in the 50s, but has a more connected to environment approach in the 90s, as I will explain later. The objectives of this approach is to explore the territorial local identity transformation, putting the focus on the analysis of the more inner aspects of the territorialization in coal and carbon regions. Connecting also to the theory of place attachment, which we will use for explaining the limited rationality behaviors in different fields such as disaster psychology, climate mitigation, place planning, senior communities, and of course, energy transition as well. Also, we will use the
Ricardo, can you speak more to the microphone, because or increase the volume?
Yes, let me increase the volume a bit. Sorry. Well, we will use the social psychology theory, in order to understand how the identity works, and how this can be connected with the processes, with the social processes taking place in the coal and carbon regions in transition. We will discuss this to the light also to another central concept regarding to migration and the migration processes that have been provoking the population and migration in the areas of carbon intensive regions. Somebody is making noise here. And well, the concepts here has to do mainly with, with the social, as you can see, with the social identity theory, which are very connected to the place attachment theory. Well, what we have to say here is that Europe has technology to move from fossil fuels to clean energy, but we need to identify the factors, dynamics, and patterns that make social dynamics remains still challenging. Planning of clean energy transition requires to understand the entrenched social attitudes in which the people see themselves as us in conflict with them. So we will look at the conflict between different identities. For example, the identity generated from an environmental group, or the identity from the union defending the jobs, defending the employment. So we know that the people try to focus on defeat the opponents rather than finding mutually beneficial solutions to the problem if we follow the social identity theory. And this is important in our approach because the energy transition is strongly linked to climate change and energy policy. And social divisions are in political lines, and sometimes of the left wing one side and the right one in other side. So our views are involved in the groups with which we identify. So knowing this, we have to advance in the knowledge of the application of social identity theory and place attachment theory to the interpretation of how to make a common vision, and how to make compatible different identities in a common vision. So we will follow all the studies related to these social psychology theories. And the core concepts here, more focus, regarding to place attachment, because a strong place attachment is the most significant predictor of anti-coal attitude. Or the work regarding the concept of coal attitude, the work tied to coal industry is a key factor shaping the pro-coal attitude. And this is also important to take into account. Regarding geographic and socio-demographical factors, well, there are a group of socio-demographical factors that we will study because they have demonstrated influence on personal attitudes and influence in the involvement of the engagement in local and anti-coal activities. The perception of landscape also provide some interesting views about social and spatial differences in the perception. The social identity and social movements give evidence also about how social identity and social protest movements are determinants of engagement of people. So, well, we will approach all these concepts, trying to make this review in a complete report about how they connect with our general approaches. The acceptability and resistance to change of the inhabitants of the region is also very interesting to study. Like it is the understanding of the carbonization strategies. They may lead to a more effective and fair transition towards clean energy. And all the participatory approaches in the decision-making processes are a way to contribute to reinforce the narrative of transition. So this is part of what we are going to promote for building this vision for producing this knowledge coming from social organizations, coming from stakeholders, and coming from scientists working in interaction, working in a transdisciplinary way, not only with the participation of different disciplines, but with the participation of different social actors and different stakeholders. Well, regarding the influence of COVID, well, we have detected that the renewal of the state of emergency that we are living in some countries, like Spain or Italy or others, will produce delays in the staff recruitment. This may affect the scientific review of the literature as part of this year. But the impact can be corrected when we consider this low. The second wave also of COVID in October could increase the risk of working at the same time, with the deliverable to be finished by December. So it's December 2020, sorry. But we still consider that this impact is low. If we are worried about the COVID-19, we are more focused on the general framework of how the energy policy will work in the European Union from this phenomenon that's happening and affecting the economy of many countries in Europe, not seeing all the countries. So, well, look at how the manufacturers of cars are demanding more production and more delay in the regulations of the example of the stop the diesel or stop the production of electric cars. All this is a phenomenon that has to be interpreted in a more general framework and not only in the way that we can solve in every city, as I said. And well, that's all. Some references about the concepts that we will use. Well, some of them is an example. The more recent connected to the Goal story came from a couple of less than years ago, and the more classical concepts about place identity related to identity processes came from people who is working with us also in the advisory group, like David Lasser, for example, who is now with us. Well, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you very much. Now, for the final intervention, is the turn of Anja Ruleman of Women for a Common Future. Anja? Yeah. Yes, and for the presentation of the gender dimension, which will be cross-cutting for all the other components. So please, Anja.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Anja from WCF Germany. WCF will bring in a gender perspective, as Fabio said, into our entrance project. And yeah, my agenda is the same as in previous presentations. So I come to the objective and the task straight away. We will be working mainly on the analysis of gender dimensions and their interaction with the 6 social dimensions, which we will identify for the framework in Working Package 1 as a cross-cutting issue. So first, some basics. What is gender? Well, we differentiate between our biological gender, our sex, and the social gender, what I would just call gender from now. So when we speak of gender, we speak of a social construct with socially constructed roles, responsibilities, and relations between different genders. And in that context, of course, social inequalities, exclusions, and power relations that exist. So looking at relations, we also acknowledge other social relations like age and migration, which was already mentioned by Oliver.
Excuse me, Anja, could you please share the screen? Oh. Because we don't see your presentation. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, of course I will. Oh, that's very strange. Can you see it now?
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
You have to open your PowerPoint
Yeah, it is open.
and just share the screen.
I know it says, so when I click on share screen, it says PowerPoint unknown.
Usually it's in the lower part of the screen.
Yeah, no, I found it. I'm very sorry. Is it possible that someone else could share my presentation from the Dropbox, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, you can.
Yes, I'm doing that.
You are doing? Okay. Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you.
You
Sorry
do,
about
Giovanni?
Yeah. Giovanni is doing.
Well, just a second while you are preparing the presentation to say hello to Luis Fernandez, who is a colleague of mine from the University of Santiago de Compostela. And also to say hello to 3 of the advisory group members that are today with us, David Asser, Nora Ratcher, and John Togersen. Hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Ricardo. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Okay. It takes time.
Anya, which?
Hello to Stefania Barca, who is also with us. Sorry, Stefania, I didn't see your box. Sorry. Stefania is also in the advisory group. Yes, thank you.
What's the problem?
It's not working. Don't know why. Just a moment.
Anya, do you want to go ahead without sharing screen and while Giovanni trying to do that?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Giovanni. Please. Please, Anya.
If you could go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, gender is a social construct. And then, so we're looking at the relations and yeah, looking at the relations is really good because we can also look at other factors that are relevant for like a personal identification, like race, class, language, and so on. So yeah, intersectionality is a methodology that has kind of gained some intention, and it's just something to keep in mind. But we can move on to the next slide. There are a variety of gender dimensions and gender analysis frameworks and tools, and some of the most influential and comprehensive frameworks are the Moser framework, the Harvard framework, along with Women's Empowerment framework and social relations approach. I will not go into detail, but there are different categories that are particularly interesting to look at, such as labor, meaning productive and reproductive labor. So what or who's doing what are they doing, how are they doing it, when are they doing it, and why? Who has access to resources like financial resources or time, and yeah, who can deal with them, like we heard in the presentation on socio-ecological analysis. And then also who's in control and makes decisions, who has the information and what kind of information, and how much understanding is there of the energy transition and related factors. So who really benefits from certain policies and who's excluded? And this is not just to look at differences, but why are there differences and how can we overcome them? And yeah, this is not to be seen as a checklist, but it's something that will help in identifying the gender dimensions that are relevant. So what are examples of gender dimensions? Maybe we can go to the next slide. Yeah, well, there are plenty, and they are not as clear-cut between the social dimensions. All areas are under-researched, and in terms of energy, gender research has mainly focused on energy consumption and behavior change within households, and mainly on nuclear households or families. So yeah, socioeconomic differences always pop up because of the still existing traditional roles that we have, and that means women on average spend more time than men in unpaid household work. This means that women spend more time at home and are more dependent on energy to use household devices like washing machines and so on. And energy bills seem to increase with care responsibilities. For example, when kids are in the house will be heated more. So despite the fact that women are actually more inclined to save energy and encourage household members to do so, women have a higher energy consumption within the household, but also suffer most from energy poverty. Because of economic disadvantages, we all know the gender pay gaps, they are still huge across Europe, and that might also hinder participation in the energy transition. And here it's really important to look at who benefits from policies that are meant to push the energy transition and who is disadvantaged, such as from carbon tax or higher energy prices, or who can make use of incentives from the government, for example, for building renovations, which often benefit homeowners, and who can invest in energy efficient technologies, who can take part in energy communities and cooperatives and so on. And then, of course, there is the big question of representation. There's still a significant gender gap in the number of women in positions in the energy market and political decision-making and in academia to really influence the energy transition. I mean, this can, for example, be seen in energy policies throughout the EU, which appear to be gender blind, and also their implementation. And there's also no mention of gender in the new European Green Deal. And one way, of course, of dealing with it would be to increase the number of women in decision-making, because women could be really the driving force, particularly in the renewable energy sector, where their representation is increasing. But yeah, the reasons why women are still underrepresented and energy policies and actions are not gender responsive, or not even close to being gender transformative. And the energy transition has different impacts on women and men. The reasons, they're really related to all the 6 social dimensions that you have just presented, such as the perception of the energy sector as a male domain, or the acceptance of the energy transition in itself. And there's still very weak evidence on the different impacts and distress factors on men and women from the energy transition. So really looking forward to be working with you on this issue, to do a more in-depth literature review, also to see how diverse might be the groups we will be looking at, and develop indicators and relevant dimensions. So maybe some last few words on the COVID-19. It's on the next page. So from an organizational point of view, there won't be any issues. But in terms of the content, there are 2 possibilities. I mean, in many cases, unequal gender relations are intensified during the crisis. Women are often in precarious work contracts. Many have lost their jobs or have a reduced income, even though they're already struggling more, or did struggle more before. And in particular, also the burden of unpaid care work besides the paid work at home has increased. And also crises in the past have really shown that gender inequalities tend to intensify. And I know it's still some time until the fieldwork starts, but it may have an impact in the way people are participating and in the acceptance of change or news that might be perceived negative at first sight, particularly now. But yes, there might also be a chance that particularly female-dominated sectors might be more acknowledged in the work of women and their knowledge and their preferences and so on, but we will see. Yeah, that's it from my side. On the next slide, there are some references.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to discussions.
Thank you very much, Anya. Thank you very much. So your intervention was the last one. Thank you very much. I closed this session with 10 minutes of delay. Unfortunately, we did not have the possibility to discuss now, but we will have it after the session on methodological framework, work package 2. And so we will have 20 minutes to discuss your everything, the methodological framework, and also your intervention of this session. So thank you very much. And so we change session, and I give the floor to Manfred and Stefan for the methodological framework work package 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio, for moderating this session. And can you hear me better now?
Better, yeah.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Manfred, you have the floor now with the methodological framework.
Yes, hello. From the room of my little son in Brussels, in our new realities.
Right.
My colleagues Stefan and Markus are in Vienna, so they are also online. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
You can put it full screen, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. I will run you through work package 2. We are the work package leaders of work package 2. I have taken the liberty to report also on the tasks that are not coordinated by us. Sorry, colleagues who are task leaders here, that we have taken this dictatorial approach, but time is limited, so we decided to do it like this. Well, we have to take a bit together in work package 2 the different approaches and languages, scientific languages that we just heard in the different tasks in work package 1. We have to translate the theoretical approach developed in work package 1 into an analytical frame. Let me just put that down. We have to operationalize the factors identified in the tasks 1 to 1 and 1 to 7 and combine them into a coherent framework design. Well, we should, with this framework, be able to differentiate between coal and carbon regions. So we are covering both coal and carbon, what was defined in the call. The methodological framework should cover analytical tools and related protocols and guidelines for case study analysis and roadmap development. We will have data management tools. We foresee training and the refining of the analytical framework. So that is all broken down in different tasks. So let me go into the different tasks. Task 2.1. That's the task that will start immediately and which will run very closely in parallel with work package 1. So developing the framework for empirical analysis. We are the task leader here. Well, it would have been nice to meet and see the faces of all the other colleagues involved in the task. We know some of them, but not all of them. Well, in this task, we want to structure and guide the research questions, the data information gathering process, and ensure a common granularity to allow for comparison. The framework should be flexible enough to take into account different economic situations and regulatory frameworks, but should also be rigid enough to allow for comparative analysis. As said, we will have to have a very close interaction with work package 1. I will go a bit more into detail on this at the end of the presentation. First draft of the methodological framework will be developed, needs to be developed by month 4. We have planned a workshop in Vienna in month 8, which would be in December this year. we hope that it will be possible to meet and welcome you in Vienna. We have suggested the 14th and 15th of December for the meeting. So if you can book that already in your agendas for those that should attend. Well, as a result of this task, we will have to deliver a note on the multidimensional analytical framework. And this should be available by month 10. That's for this task. And then we have a series of tasks running in parallel that come and start at month 8, where we develop the tools, where we bring together the tools for the empirical analysis. That should be based on the workshop in Vienna in December. So for each research method that is adopted by the project, a related tool will be developed and used. Well, we have here a state-of-the-art analysis template, a grid for the semi-structured interviews, focus group questionnaire, and so on. And as a deliverable by month 12, we should come up with a compilation. Next task, that's again led by ZSI, by us. That's research protocols and guidelines. So we will need to develop a set of research protocols. There should be instructions for self-evaluation of the case studies, so that we have a starting point for the case studies, how to grid for categorizing the cases, instructions for site visits. So that's very practical guidelines that we should produce in this task. And also by month 12, we need to come up with a collection of research protocols, guidelines, and data management tools from this. So the period month 8 to month 12, month 13 will be a pretty busy period in this work. Another task that still falls into this period is data management tools. So we will have to think where and how we store the data that we gather. That is not led by us, but by our colleagues from Slovakia. Well, we have to be careful to be in line with the EU General Data Protection Regulation and also with the data management plan that is to be prepared for the project, which is not under our well, then we want to bring everything together at an interdisciplinary capacity building workshop. It's planned in Brussels. Again, we very much hope that next year, at this point in time, we will be able to travel and everything will be back to normal and up in Brussels and inform all the partners, give instructions how to implement then the case studies with the tools, methods that we have developed. A task that comes then, the final task in this work package, which comes at a later stage, which starts only in month 12, will be then an update of the methodology. So here we have foreseen 2 rounds of updates of the methodological model. That will be led by our colleagues from Norway. And this update will be based on the experience in the case studies, how the methodology has proven to be workable, how it was either successfully or less successfully applied. We also run a survey among the partners about the experience. And we will also invite the advisory board to revise our methodology and what we have found out in So as a result, well, the big result of this work package, we have deliverable 2.3, the multidimensional analytical framework, which we will have developed and which we will have revised, and hopefully we will have in a very solid version available by month 26. So how which working mode for work package 2 will we need to apply? Well, the starting point, and this figure has been shown already several times, is the multidimensional analytical framework with the dimensions that have been reported in the morning session: economic, multiple, etc. dimensions, and the horizontal issues and dimensions. That's our starting point. In the proposal, we have already operationalized how we would approach the different dimensions. So we have given methods that should be used. So the boxes which are marked with an X, that's the primary method that we would apply for the different dimensions. That was agreed already with the colleagues in the preparation of the proposal. So for example, in the socioeconomic, we would apply the quantitative macroeconomic modeling. Okay, have I missed something in the chat? I'm sorry.
You can read it later. It's not important.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and then also in the proposal, we have already given indications what we're going to do in detail. So for the semi-structured interviews, for example, we have said 7 to 10 interviews will be carried out in each of the case study regions. So we have given pretty detailed indicators what we want to do. We have foreseen focus groups. Well, that brings me back to the question that was yesterday in the chat about group interviews. So yes, indeed, focus groups are a form of group interview. We have foreseen this as a method, and it can indeed be applied. We have surveys, we have text analysis, so that's all what is foreseen. The next months will be dedicated to desk research. We will, as in task 2.1 on the methodological framework, we will interact very closely with the colleagues in 1, especially with task 1.7, this cross-cutting workspace over the different dimensions that is foreseen in work package 1, and task 2.1 methodological framework. I think we will work here really hand in hand, and we have been coordinating with Giovanni and Fabio already in preparation of this meeting. So we will foresee regular meetings, bilateral calls, virtual meetings between the two work packages and these specific two tasks. A bit of uncertainty is, of course, attached to the workshops that we have planned. We very much hope that by December and April next year, we will be able to organize the workshops. But, sure, there is a certain uncertainty to this. So also in the tools that we are developing, in the methods that we are planning to apply, we think, of course, that we can do interviews in person, that we can conduct focus groups really with the physical persons. But I think we will need to think in the methodology also virtual options and. Well, that's what I wanted to say, and I hand over to the discussion to Giovanni, right?
Yes, Giovanni, can you now moderate this discussion?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Manfred. And now we have, Ricardo, we still have 20 minutes. Is that right, or a little bit left?
Well, it's all right, and we can also use this time not only for general discussion of the consortium members, but also we invite to the participation to the members of the advisory group who are present. These are Stefania, David, and Nora. and John also, John Toversen. So
yes, this was this morning really give us a beautiful landscape of the extent of the conceptual framework and methodological framework of our proposal. So what we will do in the conceptual strand of the proposal, the first of the 3 strands. So please, whoever wants to make comments, observation, and question, but please be concise when formulating that and in answering that. Christian is writing something. Yes, this is important. The presentation of the tasks, we have not stressed it, but some partners are involved in the task of work package 1 and work package 2. Maybe work package 2 has presented that more with more detail, but it's important to form some teams working in the different components of the project where more partners are involved. So please, who want to also, as Ricardo said, from our international advisory board, if someone wants to just make some...
Giovanni, may I just react to what was mentioned in the chat by Christian? I think, yeah, of course, I think we, as Work Package 1 and Work Package 2 coordinators, we will see that all the partners are updated, and especially those that are task leaders, such as the colleagues from Norway. In our work package, we will, of course, strongly involve them. That's for sure. For the workshop, in Vienna, yeah, it's planned to involve in first place the task partners, but as this would be the first physical meeting, I think we can be more open and see who would like to attend and meet in person. Huh? That's how I see it. But well, colleagues, coordinator and then to Work Package 1, how do you see that?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Well, it is a question later on when we report costs that we need to make sure that if we report costs for a workshop that we actually are in this work package at least. But that's not a problem for NTNU because we are in work package 1 and 2. But there might be partners who are not. So if they are not, if they are invited to a workshop in a work package that they are not in, it might cause troubles in reporting later on.
Yes.
I would see that more flexibly, in fact, especially with the current situation that we're having. I think we just can inform the project officer. But in general, if the travel budget is there, I would not have. I don't think that would pose any problem if somebody would attend the workshop.
Okay.
I can say about that is that the project officer is open to any modification that we need to implement as a consequence of the COVID. So I think we can adjust some of the costs that, for example, with this meeting have been saved, and they can be implemented in other expenses, in other tasks, in other travels, if we have to have a face-to-face meeting.
There is one question, very interesting issue raised by, I think, Mark, about the epistemologies that should go along with the methods.
Yeah, if I can,
so please, yes, if you
very briefly expand on that. Is more formulated as a comment, but I think it's an important question because looking at the methods that we have also in the table in the proposal, this is very much mapped onto the different epistemologies, and I guess that would be missing the point of the project if we would ultimately implement this also in this way, meaning that you have different approaches using their methods in a way and producing their results, which in the end we put together. I just meant to say that the objective is, of course, to try within work package 1 to actually connect between these different epistemologies and to streamline them into these different methods. So we would have maybe surveys, focus groups, interviews, whatever, but they would be informed by all 6 epistemologies, where the biggest challenge is probably the divide between the qualitative and the quantitative. That's clear. But just in terms of the approach, I just wanted to raise this point, which I think is very important.
Yes, just quick reply. I agree. And in fact, I think that this table is a reference just to be sure that each of the different component has its space within the methodology. But obviously each method can be used also in more inclusive way. We will figure it out, even though I think it will be, as I said yesterday, it will be very difficult to have a perfect new holistic approach involving everything. We will need to keep a little bit of pluralism of approach, a little bit of overlapping and side-by-side work, but with a lot of hybridization. So I agree we have to hybridize, but we have to be careful not to overlook at very coherent new approach, because okay, we have time to work on that, we have 10 months, but as for example your presentation showed, there are some approach that is being adopted for years and years, and their full potential should be exploited in the proposal. But okay, this is one of key issues to be discussed under work package 1, I think, and work package 2. Mm-hmm. And then there are two comments on gender, or more. Yes, Adrian, Marina, and then we will go to
David.
David.
Yes. Please, briefly, if you can, Adrian, David, and Marina, if you can.
Okay, Giovanni, I'll give you an example. So I'll talk a little bit about it in Wales later today, but when Wales lost its coal mining industry, basically it was male employment that fell dramatically. The replacement employment that came into the region was female employment. So male labor market collapsed and the female labor market increased significantly. That is possibly going to be the same as a carbon intensive transition, where we find that male employment dominates the steel industry, the coal-fired power stations and so forth as well. And so understanding that gender dimension in the labor market is quite fundamental.
Yes, I agree. So there are, like you said, of course, especially the fossil fuel industry is dominated by men. And of course, they will be mainly affected by job losses, which can also have psychological effects, which could be of importance because they are the financial caretakers of the family. So that might have an impact, of course, on men and the family, but also on women and the burden that they might have because of the loss of financial income. And I think it would be interesting to look at what kind of jobs women have in the renewable energy sector, because they are quite often as the precarious work employments, like it's often part-time job, it's often in the non-technical sector as well. So in what areas are they actually active, and yeah, what roles do they take over? I think when there is a new change or when there is a transformation, would be good to look at. And I think it's very important to include gender in all the dimensions and also the socioeconomic implications for the labor market, for sure.
David and Marina, and then maybe you can reply to everybody if needed. David?
Okay, yeah. Well, if I could just follow up. I suppose my my perspective on this is one of identity, because we know from some of the work that we've done, you know, occupational identity is a critical factor in the resistance to change. And we know that the coal mining industry, you know, those who work in the coal mining industry have a very strong male identity, and their identity, people's identity is tied up with their work. So this is a potential important barrier to change. Just following up on the point that you were making just there, you were talking about, you know, while men may be the breadwinners, as we would say, you know, the women will get the job, there'll be precarious jobs. That could equally apply to men as well. They will have to go into precarious jobs. Mm-hmm. So I was just wondering really whether you're going to look at both men and women, not with a view to taking, you know, one particular side or anything, but just looking at as a gender issue and not as simply as a women's issue.
Sorry, that is definitely the aim, to look at both sides, because gender is not just about the empowerment of women, it is really looking at what are the impacts on men, what are the impacts on women, and usually other genders, but it's
no, sure.
We're having more of a binary concept in this project.
Absolutely, it was just that you were talking about women all the time. Most of your examples were about women, that's why I was just concerned. Thank you.
Giovanni?
Yes, and we have Nora and Marina who wants to speak. Marina, no? Nora? Your mic.
Well, I don't want to repeat what David said, so I'm going to shift the question a little bit to include methodology. I think because workers' identities, masculinities, and also the identities of women as, you know, the wives of miners, you know, there's a whole history about that in all the areas. Maybe it would be good, it would be probably interesting to include into the methodology something like life history interviews in order to understand more about how these identities develop and how they can become a barrier to change, or also how they can become a point of departure for change. You know, it's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, this also connect with what Marina was suggesting. So to try to understand how this cross-cutting work on gender can be implemented in practice.
Yes, yes, I didn't just, yes, this discussion was more interesting. So, but anyway, then in practical terms, I just wanted to know how is it foreseen to, I mean, it looks like because WECF is not in all the 6 components, but it runs in parallel, or how the work is, I mean, really cross-cutting. How do you envisage to do this? Because it's really, really crucial.
Yeah, that would, I think, also be one of my questions, actually, how we can make sure that we can incorporate gender in all the dimensions, and if we would be involved in all the tasks, or if that comes later when we start the cross-cutting work. Yeah.
Actually, important role of WECF and for working on gender dimension is foreseen in task 1.7 in the cross-cutting workspace, which is not, we will see it tomorrow, but we foresee not to work only in the plenary meeting, so just one each 2 months for having a big call like this one with everybody, but also to implement some rounds of bilateral meetings involving both Work Package 1 and Work Package 2 leaders and the WECF for addressing exactly this and other issue. But the assumption is that it will be difficult to work just with plenary meeting, and we will need some more small groups interaction. But also want to, yes, Adrian wanted to say something, just a quick answer to Mark, the very nice suggestion to have a shared project glossary and that can facilitate the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary work. I think that this is a very good idea, and also identifying other bridging tools that can be implemented, that it can support our communication also besides the meeting, and way to harmonize the different views and perspectives. Please, Adrian.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. I like very much Nora's idea of life histories and life stories. One of the things you introduced, Giovanni, was the notion of agency, which is very important within this. One of the examples that I would give from Wales is where the colliery, it's called the Tower Colliery, was closed down by the National Coal Board because it was uneconomic. Except for it wasn't uneconomic, and the miners bought it and continued to operate it for another 20 years. So the question becomes what of individual agency, organizational strategy, but also in terms of the current narrative about transition, at what stage does a carbon budget offset the employment and income budget of the localization from there? So I think there's some very interesting themes emerging that connect the different parts of Work Package 1 and 2.
Yeah. There was also Elena writing about gender issue, and but I think, yes, Elena, please. Elena, sorry.
Yes, I very appreciate the presentation of Anya. And about gender, I think there are no analysis and no data without consider together women and men involved in a process. So I think we are considering both in our analysis. But we maybe we will pay attention on the new opportunities offered by the energy transition for women, because the energy transition could represent for women a good opportunity to enter in and occupy new job position, new job activity. So I think our analysis will contain both data on depending on the involvement, different involvement of women and men.
Okay, thank you very much, Elena.
Giovanni, can I say 2 sentences on the glossary?
Yes, please.
Because this is a very technical suggestion in the end, but what it points to is a more general issue. We are managing somehow through Zoom to hold a kickoff meeting, which in normal times, as you know, involves a number of interactions also besides the meeting table. Which is a key enabler for interdisciplinary work, because we need a deeper understanding of our respective approaches and epistemologies and knowledge apparatuses that we are mobilizing here. So I think we're missing out on this, and that's a critical deficit. That's a critical hindrance also that we shouldn't underestimate. And so I pointed to the glossary as you know, it's it's something that that might help us a little bit, but it doesn't really support or replace the kind of interactions and exchanges that we would have in a real meeting. Yeah, and we have to think about how to actually support this somehow emerging, especially with a view to work package 1. Where we have these quite diverse perspectives involved.
Yes, I very much agree, and I think that any suggestion in this sense would be very welcomed.
Paradoxically, Mark, this situation of COVID-19 can help us to meet online more time than if we have to foresee some physical meetings. It's just a joke, but it's possible to plan a lot of meetings from now to
exactly. So frequency might
yeah.
help in that a little bit.
Might help. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So thank you very much. Also, this final observation of Mark is, I think it's also it's very nice way of closing the discussion, because we talk about cross-disciplinary work, but at the end is a human interaction among us, a personal interaction with our feeling, our passions, our interest should merge and be combined and reach each other's. So this is also one key aspect. So we are running out of time, and I think this is a good way to close this session.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you for moderating this. Well, there are still some open questions, no? Like the one made by Iowa about the definition of the carbon intensive, which is basic in our analysis in order to make operative the concepts. But well, I'm sure that if you want that we share some time in the coffee break, we can do it well in a more open way. We also have also to discuss, no, how if what Fabio said about the extension of the alarm emergency situations in different countries impact more in the way that we are going to make the interviews or the focus groups in order to go deeper in this kind of meetings in a virtual way, no? In how to make a discussion, a focus group in a virtual way, or how to organize an interview based in life history in a virtual way. So we will have to share more information about this and check the inconveniences, the methodological inconveniences that we can find along the tasks. But well, if you want, we can share this during the coffee break in a more informal way. Anyway, all the meeting is being saved, so even the coffee break. So if somebody want to go into the discussions during the coffee breaks, they are also available. Thank you very much for this time. I think the meeting is working well, and the delays are very assumable within our personal timetables. So let's have a break of about 20 minutes until 12:15. Okay. This should be 1:15 for Romania and 11:15 for the UK and Portugal. Okay, the meeting continues informally. Thank you. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. we have some invited people in the meeting that are not integrated in the consortium, but they can feel free to ask questions and to participate. David, do you want to say something? I can see that you are speaking, but I'm not sure if you are speaking with us or. Okay.
Hello, Ricardo.
Yes, hi. I didn't know if you were speaking with us or I saw that you were speaking, but you had the mic disconnected.
I was just having a quick word with Nora on FaceTime.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Amazing quick technology.
Okay, so well, we make a break of 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, but that's okay. Yeah, so it's good. It's been good. Have you thought about how the advisory group's going to be used at all?
Well, the advisory group has not a defined role for this first session, but it will have a defined role in specific meetings that we will organize with you, both in the general assemblies or in virtual meetings.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Not all the group will be invited, but according to the experience that we want to consult. Well,
so maybe one of the things that those of us who've been here for this, so I know not all the advisory group are here at this meeting, but maybe those of us are here might just write to you with observations, comments, questions.
Yes.
Would that be useful?
Yes, but I think so. Mm-hmm.
Good.
If you agree, we can share all the presentations not only with the project officer but also with the members of the advisory group, in such a way that you can consult any of the presentations that you have presented here today and yesterday, and it will be presented tomorrow also.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be great. I would take that as well. That would be great.
Perfect. Mm-hmm.
Because it's really interesting discussions and interesting presentations, and I'm taking a lot of notes.
Yeah, me too.
It would be great to have the presentations. Yeah.
Good. Well, if you agree, I can share the presentations of everyone.
Well, that would be good, and then we can write back with some comments and stuff, which you can then circulate to whoever you think will be appropriate.
Okay. I will have more coffee, sorry.
Important things.
Hi, Ricardo. It's Francisco from UDC. How are you? There is something that appears in the chat that maybe is something is very interesting, because they are asking about the dissemination activity related with the Twitter account or the hashtags for this meeting. So I don't know if it's interesting for you or to try to.
Yes, of course.
Yeah?
It should be very interesting not to dispose of a hashtag for this meeting in order to make tweets about that. We need this kind of dissemination. What does Tambir think about this? Tambir, can you provide us support about this? Well, we can talk to him when he
Yeah. Not for today, but maybe for tomorrow. We start with the dissemination activity, or try to establish connection with the rest of people.
Yeah, it's a way that we can make some of the discussions that are taking place here are public.
Yeah.
Well, if somebody of you is tweeting, please let us know in order to make retweets.
Stefan said as I actually started tweeting, and it was my question. I was sharing a picture and the input from Wales on the gender dimension of the phasing out of coal. I tagged both tweets with entrances, but and the picture of all of us with at least the 10 persons I could tag that I found. So that was a start. But I didn't see anybody else tweeting. That's why I was surprised.
Questa cosa non ha indicato l'appuntamento, il giorno dell'appuntamento, non ha indicato l'appuntamento per la visita a settembre, la visita settembre, punto.
Paolo, ciao. Metti muto il tuo microfono.
Who will present, Lydia or Oliver? Oliver. Oliver. Are you ready for sharing the?
Yeah.
Right. You want to speak both, yeah, or only one?
I will speak
okay,
first.
So we leave the floor to Oliver Moyer to speak about the development of the case studies in coal and carbon regions, and talk about the role of leaders in coordinating the tasks and the outputs. Oliver?
Yeah, thank you, Ricardo. So Lydia and I have prepared the slides for the next presentation concerning the work packages 3 and 4. And we decided that I start with the presentation, and then in the discussion, Lydia joins me. I cannot see the chat when I'm presenting. Does that happen to everybody? So, or is there a way to see the chat at the same time? I experienced that earlier, but so when I share the screen, the chat disappears. Is that specific to me, or does anybody have the same experience?
Yes,
I have the chat.
I think it's the same. Same for everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Then
the chat is
I
open.
start.
Yeah, the chat is open to everybody.
No, I cannot see it while sharing the screen. So I can either see the chat or share the screen. So now I'm sharing the screen, so I'm not seeing the chat. So if anybody is writing something into the chat, I will not be able to react to it.
If you put full screen for your presentation, or not.
Anyway, I start.
Okay.
So the work package 3 and work packages 3 and 4 will be doing the case studies for the coal regions and for the carbon intensive regions. I will pick up the discussion about the definition of these regions that has been taking place in the chat in the last minutes. But before I do that, let me just begin by saying that the case studies, of course, that we are going to do in work packages 3 and 4 depend on input from the earlier work packages. So we need the input from work package 1, in particular the report on multidimensional key factors, dynamics, and patterns, because all the case studies should, of course, refer to the same methodological concept. And this also is related to the work package 2. And I've written here on this preliminary or first slide the deliverables that will be important inputs for the work and work packages 3 and 4. And I think I would like, I need to come back to the earlier question that I raised in my earlier presentation about the definition of the regions. Mark said during his presentation that he thinks that it's a good idea to have different definitions of regions for different questions. That might actually be a good idea, but I think we have to come up with a solution to that question rather soon here, both in these work packages 1 and 2. Of course, we will then cooperate with other work packages. So the work in the work packages 1 and 2 is not done in parallel to the work in the packages 3 and 4, but of course we will closely collaborate with each other together. And yeah, this is just a repetition of what we had heard before. So because we have seen the presentation on the work package 2 already, I will skip this, but I would like to mention that we should come up with dates for further meetings. Manfred has referred to the meeting in December. I think it's a good idea to have the dates for the meetings very soon. And of course, this also applies to all other meetings that we will have in the future. The specific tasks that are important for us are first during the task 2-3, the structuring of the case studies. So we need a joint framework such that the structure of all the case studies is actually the same in the end. And this refers to all the sub-elements that we have there, the interviews, and also the text analysis service, and also the quantitative macroeconomic model. For the quantitative macroeconomic model, we will need the data input from the various regions. So of course we can start with the analytical work on the model, but the calibration, which is very important for deriving the quantitative results, will crucially depend on the data that is provided for the individual case studies. Okay, and before we start with the case studies, it will be really important that all task leaders for the case studies make sure that the concept that we have defined in the first place is actually applicable to all the individual regions, right? So this will be very important. So all the task leaders should check, once we have the methodological framework, that this framework is actually going to be applied in all the individual case studies. Okay, then picking up the question, what is a coal region and what is a carbon intensive region? So if I understand it correctly, a coal region is a region in which at least one coal mine is still active. At least this has been the definition in the proposal that we have submitted. And this is also how we do this here in our analysis for Germany. So we have identified in our proposal 7 coal regions. They are listed again here. We will have presentations on all the regions later. And then the carbon intensive regions are all the other regions that heavily rely on fossil fuels. But in these regions, we don't find any power plant, coal power plant or coal mine anymore. So this is, as far as I understand it, the difference between a coal region and a carbon intensive region. Okay, the schedule that we have for conducting the case studies starts with the desk research. That does not start immediately because, as I explained earlier, we need the input from other work packages, in particular the joint framework that we are going to apply in all the case studies. Therefore, the tasks do not start immediately, but here, as you can see, later on. And an important issue is that we cannot say now when we can really start doing the interviews, because this will also depend on the development of the corona pandemic. So there may be delays, we have to be aware of that, but at least from today's view, since we start only in month 12 with these interviews, there is still some hope that we can start on time, right? We don't have to be worried right now, but it has to be on our agenda to monitor the situation and to react if it becomes more likely that interviews cannot start in month 12. The same applies to the focus groups, of course, and then the other work can be done in our offices, so that will not be affected by this potential delays. There are 2 subtasks or 2 tasks within the work packages 3 and 4, which organize the joint work on the case studies. And what Lydia and I have talked about is how should we organize this process. We suggest to have bi-monthly bilateral meetings between the work package leader and the respective task leaders to check progress, to provide suggestions, and also to harmonize a little bit what's going on in the individual case studies. And of course, we will also have at some point joint meetings preparing the report on the coal and carbon intensive regions. So we will have to come up with the state-of-the-art analysis and the interviews and the focus group minutes and the survey text analysis and model data in due time. And of course, we as work package leaders for work packages 3 and 4 will support all the task leaders in their case studies. We will closely cooperate with work package 2 leaders and also, of course, with the coordinator, and deliver then our deliverables later on. Okay, yeah, I think I can skip this now. We will talk about the other work packages as well during our meeting. So here's just for completeness what we think where our input from the case studies will be important later on. Yeah, so this is it as an introduction to the work packages 3 and 4. And Ricardo, should we now continue with the individual case study presentations, or is there a discussion first? You have to unmute your mic.
Well, I think that we should go to the case study presentation and we'll have time for the overall discussion later on.
Okay.
Yes, we can go directly to the case study presentations, and Oliver, you can start with the moderation of this.
Yeah. Okay. So we will have presentations.
We will go with the discussion after this presentation of both coal and carbon-intensive regions. Thank you, Oliver.
Okay. So I stopped sharing my screen, and there are these 13 regions. There have been some changes in the people who are presenting actually the case studies. For example, the 2 case studies that the Halle Institute is doing will be presented by Christoph Schult. He was also participating here in the Zoom meeting for the full time. And then there's another change for Jiu Valley in Romania. This will be presented by Stefan and not by Andre. Okay, then let's start with the first presentation on the co-regions. Silesia by Monika.
Hello, my name is Monika. I'm from Polish Academy of Science, and I will show a case study of Silesia region. So this short agenda of my presentation and the general information. Silesia Voivodeship is one of the 16 constituent provinces of Poland. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Silesia rapidly industrialized due to its the largest coal reserves. As of 2019, the population of Silesia was 4,489,000. Now there are over 4.5 million. Due to the province's relatively small size and its large population, Silesia ranks as the most densely populated voivodeship in Poland. Nearly half of Silesian population is concentrated in the province's center within a region called the Silesian Metropolis. An urban conglomeration of over 2.5 million people and one of the European Union largest urban areas. This region includes Katowice, Sosnowiec, Gliwice, and a number of other large cities.
Sorry, Monika, can you switch to full screen, please? That's easier to read.
It's not full. Oh, sorry. Is it full now or no? It's okay now?
No, it's still not full screen, but if it's not possible, then just continue.
Sorry, I can't.
I can see the full screen.
Really?
Yeah. Something is happening.
For me, it's full
I'm
now.
seeing the usual PowerPoint view, not the full screen.
I also see the usual PowerPoint view.
Ah, right.
Yes, myself also.
Yes.
Yeah, it's better. It's a bit larger now.
Okay, thank you.
You just push F5. F5 is full screen.
For me, it's full now, but
yeah, just continue. It's
okay.
fine.
So Silesia is the most industrial region in Poland, the second largest in terms of GDP, 12.3% Polish GDP after Mazovia voivodeship with the Warsaw, the capital of Poland, which is 17.4% Polish GDP. First mine in Silesia region was opened in 1748. The hard coal mining industry was developing, gradually reaching the production of nearly 200 million tons in 80s of the 20th century. In last decade of 20th century, process of restructuration started to adapt coal mining industry to economic criteria and competition rules. This process continues uninterrupted till now. Sometimes the goals have been achieved, but then the changing condition on the coal market made the financial efficiency of the industry unstable. From 70 active mines in 1989, now the number has decreased to 20. Coal from this mine is primarily used in power industry. The share of installed capacity in hard coal remains at 50.4%. The share of hard coal in electricity production in 2019 was 48.1%, and this is 0.3 percentage point more than year before. Ongoing transformation. Most coal mined is thermal coal, also called steam coal, but cooking coal accounts 10% to 15% of Polish coal mining. The upcoming reduction in production will be linked to a reduction in employment into this coal sector, especially in hard coal mining. The Institute of Structural Research estimates that if Paris Commitments were met, employment in this sector would drop from 92,000 in 2015 to 63,000 in 2030. It's down 47%, and to 27,000 in 2015. It will be down 77%. These upcoming structural changes creates a special challenge for the Silesian region. In Silesia, it is responsible for a noticeable part of jobs, 5%, and as such much as 8% among men. In 2019, Polish mine mined 61.6 million tons of hard coal, the least since 1947. December alone closed with the weakest monthly extraction since World War II. In contrast of that period, they already employ slightly over 83,000 employees in relation to 210,000 people in 1947. At the end of 2017, 82.7 thousand people worked in hard coal mines. At the end of 2018, the number of full-time jobs increased to 82.8 thousand. And in February 2019, it increased to 83.2 thousand. At the same time,
Monica, may I shortly interrupt you? We have 5 minutes for each presentation, so could you please speed up a little bit?
Okay. At the same time, coal production fell from 65.5 million tons in 2017 to 61.6 million tons in 2019. And the challenges, the reduction of employment can be implemented in two ways, by dismissal in the mining sector and the transition of employees to other sectors of the economy, or by the natural decrease of employees in the mining sector as a result of retiring in condition with the freezing of admission and directing the young generation to the other sector of economy. First of all, miners have technical skills that are specific to their sector and will be a little use in the other sector of economy, and this limits their employment prospects. And secondly, since work in the mining sector is currently associated with high wages, miners may have expectations regarding employment conditions that are difficult to meet in other sectors. The main challenges facing the Silesia region are the following: it's retraining and learning of new skills of the employees from the mining sector, professional and social activation of the employees from the mining sector, and mass exodus in search of new job and education. And the key stakeholders is local authorities and local companies, Polish Mining Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and the biggest companies, Polska Grupa Górnicza. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Monika. Then next is Mark on Lusatia.
Thank you, Oliver. I will switch to my colleague, Robert Knipschild.
Hello, it's Robert. Can you hear me? And can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, short introduction into the Lusatia case study. This is how the region looks with recultivated open cast mines, transformed partly into lakes for recreation and tourism in neighborhood to still active power plants. So the region is located in the very southeast of Eastern Germany, more or less between Berlin and Dresden. It's a rural and peripheral area bordering to the Czech Republic and to Poland, with lignite mine activity in their border areas. And what is important to mention that the region is divided by a border between two federal states. And as you might know, in a federal system, as in Germany, this border can be quite hard ones. The background, at the moment, there are 4 mines active and 3 power plants still active. And one of the main issues, or the main issue, is the severe decline in population since 1989. Based mainly on out-migration, and this is due to the radical cut of coal extraction and processing, which brought down employment in this sector by 1/10, and the amount of extracted coal down to 1/4. And in January, we can say that some 80% of the transformation process did already take place. And this is also true for transforming landscapes, which you can see here. So here are the 4 remaining mines indicated, and these are the already transformed landscapes, recultivated, and also this process has basically already been accomplished. Currently, it's the discussion going on about the complete coal phase out in Germany with the German Coal Commission that came to an end just in autumn last year. Since then, we can, in the Lusatia region, see a rather ad hoc policy on the future of this region, with a unstructured list of projects, with some mission statements, but with the process of strategy development being just at the beginning. And this is also true for public participation. At the moment, we can see a strong focus on industrialization, reindustrialization, and also infrastructure projects. What I said, at the moment the policy is rather uncoordinated, ad hoc style and non-strategic, and the region seems to be not well prepared for absorbing the enormous amount of money that has been promised politically so far. This figure might be interesting. 49% of the population reject the coal phase out, and these are brand new figures from some weeks ago. Coming to the challenges, one issue is that there are, maybe as in many other case studies of the project, subspaces with different starting conditions, but also with different affections of the coal phase out in the sub-regions. We see a dependence of the region, of decisions being made on external companies. So the headquarters of the big players in the region are in Western Germany or abroad. This is true for Siemens, BASF and Bombardier, but also for the main mining company, which is a Czech holding. We have a high identification with the lignite industry, as Lusatia was the energy district in GDR times, when energy autonomy was one of the important political aims in GDR, and the district of Cottbus, as was called at that times, was economically very, very important, and correspondingly large was the drop of importance and self-esteem in the region during the last 3 decades, which as a focus ends up in very high election results for the populist party AfD, which among other positions is denying man-made climate change. Possible...
We are also running out of time, please speed up.
Yes, possible implications of COVID-19 concerning energy transition. There might be new doubts, as we discussed already with the discussion on priorities on public spendings. Structural policy, it's still unclear as the legislative process in Germany is not completed. And we see the risk of increasing regional disparities between different regions. And concerning the key stakeholders, here we can see a division between the 2 federal states, as the 2 federal states have a representative each for each of the federal states. And we see little cross-border cooperation so far. We see bottom-up processes just beginning. Thanks so far.
Okay, thank you. Then next is Christoph. Please do both presentations straight away on Rhineland and Central Germany, and keep the time, please.
I try my best. And straight. It's definitely, now you see Central Germany, right? But you're supposed to see...
It's Rhineland first, doesn't matter. Just
I start with Central
keep that one.
Okay. Central Germany is actually the smallest case study for Germany, and in Germany we're actually only concentrating on lignite regions because there is no hard coal anymore, which is actually extracted by people since 2016. And one of the major discussions we have had already was the regional definition of regions. And here we see actually the definition of a region for Central Germany, which we also used for other project for the Environmental Agency of Germany. And
Christoph, we are still seeing your first slide.
Really? This is?
At least me.
You mean case study and... Okay.
Yeah, I see the title slide, case study Rhineland.
So, and now?
Now it's better.
Sorry. Yeah, too many screens. Okay, so again, this is the definition of the region. So what we do is actually we look at specific counties in Germany with a lignite mine and a lignite power plant. And then we look at labor market regions, which means there are commuting flows between the regions, and then we aggregate the region to have a labor market region. This was one of the solutions we actually found for the Environmental Agency project for Germany. And The main cities here are Halle and Leipzig. It is the smallest region with regard to employment in the lignite industry and electricity generation by lignite. If we look at the employment structure in central Germany, we see that only 0.2% of the overall labor force are employed in the lignite industry. 27% are in the producing industry and 72% are in the services sector. And one major feature of the lignite industry in Germany is that it is a high-paying industry with 0.4% of the labor income share on overall labor income in the region. But we see also that central Germany has an above national average unemployment rate with 9.1%. Going to the ongoing transformation, after the coal commission in Germany actually decided on a phase-out path, central Germany will face accelerating phase-out path for its electricity generation by lignite. This means it has to reduce its lignite electricity generation from 2014 levels to 2030 by to 15%. And some studies actually say that for each % decline, you also have a 1% decline in employment. So this means we have like 1,800 people who jobs less than compared to today. And we need to replace these kind of jobs in the region. And further, lignite was a cheap energy source in the region, also for the chemical industry, which is also very important for the industry in central Germany. It is actually also, if you look at the transformation, the second structural change after reunification. There's a fragile acceptance among the population for the transition. Again, as I said, it is a traditional center for chemical industry, so it needs a reliable and cheap supply of energy, which is today already accomplished by natural gas. We need to make Halle and Leipzig attractive for new innovative companies, but we have issues with xenophobia in the region. We have a labor force which ages a lot, and we have an education system which is actually underfinanced and needs heavy investments for the future. If you look at the key stakeholders, first of all, the MIPRAG GmbH is actually the one which is still producing and extracting lignite in the region. It's not willing to actually participate in this project because of one specific reason. They are actually facing right now the challenge of their own survival. So they do not want to actually put resources on any other project. They want to focus on how they can survive this transition. And this will probably also be a problem with other stakeholders in other regions as well. And what we also see is a clustering between power of political power and being in favor of phasing out or not. So if you are in favor of phasing out, you have more or less political power according to the study by the ICES. So this was actually central Germany, and now there will be the issue of changing the screen. Bildschirm, how do I do this? Anwendung, no. Oh. So you are now seeing.
We are seeing your Acrobat reader.
That's good. That's good. And I know how to actually switch.
Yeah, this is Rhineland. Yes.
Perfect. I thought I have to also share again my nevertheless. Okay, let's go to Rhineland. Rhineland is actually the biggest lignite region in Germany with regards to population, economic activity, employment in the lignite industry, and electricity generation by lignite. And it is located in the west of Germany. It is also not in the territory of the former GDR. So it's the only lignite region in Germany we are considering, which is not belonging to the former GDR territory, which means they are also not experiencing the second structural change after the reunification. This will be also seen by the economic data we look at, because it is more or less the richest region we are considering here for Germany. If you look at the employment structure, we see first of all that about 0.3% of the employment labor force is employed in the lignite industry, compared to 1.7%, for example, in Lusatia. It has actually already higher share of services sectors with 80% compared to Central Germany or Lusatia. And if you look at the labor income, we see again the same picture as for Central Germany. The labor income is makes up 0.6%, which is twice as much as the share for the employment. And the unemployment rate is the lowest among the lignite regions in Germany, but actually still above the average unemployment rate in Germany. Yeah, if you take a look at the ongoing transformation, you have seen the graph before. So actually what you see here is the potential net electricity generation by lignite in the different lignite regions in Germany, whereas actually the baseline path and the phase-out path. The baseline path means that actually there is no phase-out until 2040 by lignite, and in the phase-out path we have a phase-out until 2040 or 2038. Actually 2038 with an option for 2035. And this means that Rhineland has to accelerate its phase-out path actually such that it reduces its electricity generation until 2030 by 70% compared to 2014, which means about a job loss of about 7,000 people until 2030, just roughly estimating it. So this means we will lose a high-paying wage industry. But this is not really as important as for Lusatia or Central Germany, because in Rhineland there are more or less better job opportunities available for to actually switch for workers. And this is also the main advantage for Rhineland and also for the comparative studies we will do later on. So what are the challenges for Rhineland actually to remain an industrial center for Germany without a cheap conventional energy supply by lignite? I mean, cheap, especially also reliable, because one of the main issues here in an economic term is not only the cost of producing electricity by lignite or renewables, but the reliability of both sources. Further, the transition has to be done without mass unemployment, which is hard in a region where we also have a dependency on the chemical industry and other industries who are very energy intensive. Yeah. Also, the identity of mining workers we discussed before already. We need to find substitutes for this kind of traditions which were formed over actually centuries in these regions. Another issue, which is not really a big challenge, because RWE, which is the big company operating in Rhineland, is already doing some transformations and switching to renewables, is to integrate the big energy company RWE into the transition process. So this means actually for the region that probably future developments and projects may be located in the region and not transferred to other regions. This might be much harder to achieve for the region itself. So for the key stakeholders, we have the same picture as in Central Germany. We have a clustering that political power is low for the people who are in favor of a phase-out, and high for actually more or less the agents who are against the phase-out but have high political power. Yeah, this is actually it to the case studies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christoph. Next is Stefan. Christoph, you have to stop sharing your screen. Otherwise, Stefan cannot share his.
Yes, thank you. Well, I hope you can see my presentation. Hello, everybody. My presentation is about Jiu Valley. We, the Romanian team, chose Jiu Valley because it's a very important coal region in Romania. There were many social movements there. You can see now the map of Romania, of course, and the region, the Jiu Valley. Jiu is a river in southwest Romania, central southwest Romania. The area is not very big. It's only 140 square kilometers. The population, well, is about 120 or 30,000 inhabitants. The main cities are, as you can see, Petroșani. It's an important city there. The population is about 50,000 inhabitants. And others, you can see, Urican, it's a city of 8,000 inhabitants. Well, the mining was begun there in the 19th century. The region was a part then of Hungary, in fact of Austrian Hungarian Empire. It's a part of Romania, starting with the end of the First World War. Of course, during the communist era, the production of coal increased by many times. Also the number of employees, also the number of mining perimeters. But right now, in the present, only 4 of 15 initial mines are still functioning. You can see on the map here. As transformation in progress, well, the electricity production is not anymore based on hard coal in Romania. The mines are already closed. There are only 4 that remains, but they will be closed also until 2024. Of course, unemployment is very high, and life quality is not so good. Territorialization increased significantly after 1990, and the immigration is very high. The investors are very reluctant to invest there, to bring money in that region. As challenges, well, the population, of course, is not very well qualified. We can find alcoholism and suicide. From one environmental point of view, there are some landslides, and of course the air quality is not so good, and also the quality of the water is not so good. You can see the industrial ruins that compromised the not very beautiful natural landscapes there. And as stakeholders, we are collaborating. For example, we are the University of Iași, University Alexandru Ioan Cuzac from Iași. We are collaborating with Petroșani universities. They are doing research on social aspects of the valley, on economical and some technical aspects. Also, we are a partner, a trade union partner, an NGO partner, the Merry Colony or the Happy Colony, which is trying right now to implement some cultural programs, and also the coal company. Well, thank you, and well, let's hope that it's a better future for the Jew Valley and also for all the coal region in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. Next is Giovanni.
This is
sorry.
An old version of the agenda. It's been changed to Claudia, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Stefan, can you?
Yes, I try to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good morning to everybody. Do you listen to me?
Yes, I will. I don't know very well.
Oh, it's not in the PowerPoint. It's in the
I
Zoom.
share the.
There should be a bar on the top of your screen indicating stop transmission.
In the top or in the lower part, right?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you see the presentation?
No.
No. Okay. Sure.
Now it's coming.
Coming? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it a little bit larger, then we can see it better.
It's okay?
Yes, thanks.
Larger? Okay. Good morning to everybody. I'm Claudia Bassano from IENEA, and I will present some slides about the case study Salcis Iglesiante. These are the main points, and so some information about the area of Salcis Iglesiante. As you can see in the map, the area of Salcis Iglesiantes is located in the southwest of Sardinia. You can see the population and the main city. The main cities are Carbonia and Iglesias. In the area is located the main Italian coal mine. Actually, this mine is managed by Carbo Salces. This mine started the activity in the 18th century. And actually in 2008, the coal extraction is ended. We can say that until 2015, almost 30 million tons of coal were extracted. In the same area, as you can see in the map, there is an industrial center, an integrated aluminium hub, Portovesme, Aluminium. In the same industrial center is located a coal-fired power plant, Grazia Deledda, managed by Enel. This plant is partly fed by Salcis coal, provided by the near local mine. Actually, another activity carried out by the Carbo Salcis is to manage a landfill for special non-hazardous waste from the Enel power plant. Considering the regional background, you have in this table some number, some evaluation of the socio-economic condition of the area compared to the Sardinia region, the southern Italy, and to Italy. As you can see, we have the employees in the Salcis region is lower than in the rest of Italy. But I want to point out this number, in respect to the other number, the unemployment rate. This value is very high. For example, respect to the condition of the Italy is quite double. And this means that the Salcis area is one of the poorest region in Italy. Let's talk about the ongoing transformation. In 2014, a plan for the closure of the Nuragic Figus mine has been carried out. In this plan, the commission conversion to other activity of mine will be carried out and are described. An example of this activity are, for example, safety and environmental restoration activity, activity on the field of renewable energy, and research activity. Here I show you some of these research activity. For example, a project called AREA. This project consists in the experimental of a cryogenic distillation. Another project carried out by Carbosalces is an energy storage project, testing new technology in this field. They test also an innovative leaching process, and finally they test a photobioreactor for the cultivation of the blue algae. About the challenge. Numerous action and project proposals have been put in place by the Italian government and the Sardinia region over, we can say, last 10-20 years. But the general framework of the growth and support and the recovery of this area is described in this plan, the Salcis Development Plan. This plan focuses on, in particular, in safeguard of production based through sustainable industry infrastructure, creation of energy technology cluster, and new development perspective on these different aspects. And finally, on professional training and retraining. If we want to see the challenge of this area, we have also to see the energy framework of this region. As you can see in this graph, is explained how the gross electricity production is composed by different energy sources. It's evident, it's obvious that coal is still one of the most used sources in the region. And this obviously will change in future with the coal phase out. Regarding finally the coal phase out, this aspect has been inserted and considered in the Italian Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan. In fact, in this plan, especially measures for Sardinia have been considered. Among these measures, there are new electricity interconnection between Sardinia and Sicily, and a new gas generation capacity. One of the new gas generation capacity will be a reconversion of coal plant. Finally, Ministry of Economic Development opened a technical working group on the phase out of coal, especially for the Sardinia region. Lastly, we have the case stakeholder. We can see, for example, company, we have Enel, Air Alumini, Carbosalcis. We have environmental stakeholders such as Italia Nostra and Lega Ambiente, and politics stakeholder such as the Autonomous Region Sardinia and province of Southern Sardinia. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Claudia. And the final presentation for the co-regions is given by Richard.
Okay, so we'll do our best to stick to the time because I guess we are a bit behind the schedule. So give me a second. I will try to upload my presentation. Okay. So here we are. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Is it there? Okay, good. All right, so co-region's case is Upper Nitra, Slovakia. In many ways similar to other cases, although we have bit different scales of different factors here, and I guess I will speak a little bit more maybe about the business, circular economy and transition from the perspective of economic and how to actually change economy after the coal mining. Before I get there, I will just try to describe what is the mining about and state of the play with coal phasing out, and I will try to link some of the outlooks and challenges to the methodology and theoretical framework developed or to be developed for entrances. Just to give you a brief overview to know what's the region I'm just going to speak about. Upper Nitra location in West Slovakia. It's not really lagging behind the region. It's something we can name as a good Slovak standard, close to the borders with Czech Republic, not so far from Austria and Hungary. The typical post-war, Second World War industrialization with development of the coal mines there, then collapse of centrally planned economy. So pretty much picture of the industrialization where decline was combined with significant rates in building fertility, young people migrating out of the region. Then we have some kind of stages of stabilization. Then there was some kind of development of joint ventures with Western companies and production lines which were developed there. The HBP coal mine company used to be kind of like stayed in the state there, but when we analyze data from the public sources on their economic performance between years 2010 and 2018, we see a gradual decline by 19% of the revenues. So not anymore so important for the region. On the contrary, other companies like Nestle, Gevis, some kind of companies affiliated with car production were taking over. All of this was reflected in relatively good performance of the region in the last years. We saw a drop of unemployment, increase of employment. The rate of unemployment was about 4.5% in already still in January. Who knows what is now, because we have of course no data what is going on there. And the general perspective of the government and main stakeholders, of course, with the exception of the mine itself, was okay, not a big deal, we can close this mine. Just to give you a couple of kind of pictures how it looks like. Contrary to some other regions you saw before, we are talking here about underground mines. This is one of them. There are some 4 others like this scattered across the region. Of course, the underground mines has not so much impact on the visible impacts in terms of destroying of the landscape, although there are some other impacts with the underground mine affiliated, especially with shafts and everything else. And also the biggest impact. Sorry, there's background noise. Could you switch off microphones? Okay. So the biggest environmental impact is the electricity production, and the company which produces the electricity power plant is actually next door to the mines, and it's of course is one of the most polluted areas in Slovakia. So when it comes to energy production, Slovakia is in a very strange position right now because we are going to finish 2 new blocks of a nuclear power plant, and in the same time to continue with combustion or using of this coal in this electricity power plant I showed you on the previous picture would require to invest into base level technologies, new lines, and other investments into the power plant. So this is kind of context which is actually was pushing government to take decision if we are going to put more money into subventions to this company or not. And since the pressure was growing, last year the government decided that we will close this mine by 2023. The main reason was practically economic, because of course the coal is of low quality, and there is no other intention to continue with millions of euros which are pumped into the production of the electricity. It's roughly about 7% of the country electricity consumption, which will be easily replaced by the new nuclear power blocks. And in the same time, it was kind of also part of policy to show a gesture when we signed for climate neutrality by 2050 that we are going really to take it seriously. In the same time, what is also interesting from the future research perspective, Upper Nitra was picked up as a model region from the government and also by some other stakeholders, including my own Slovak Academy of Sciences, where we want to see how actually the closure of mines and phasing out coal mining could lead to a more green development towards circular economy, low carbon industries, and transitions towards say more ecologically, economically enhanced region. In the same time, when we did research last year, we sampled around 50 small and medium enterprises. We were organizing focus groups with local entrepreneurs, with local business community. The picture is not so actually positive. Most of the industries we evaluated are in the areas outside of smart specialization with low added value. There is more purchasing power of the tertiary industry, especially the tourist industry is not really going well. And there are really adverse demographic trends with its decline in fertility and at the same time affiliated with migration out of the region, which was leading in reality that many of the small and medium enterprises were rapidly accelerating on Industry 4.0, and they were trying to even further decrease demand for labor. So this is the picture before the Corona crisis struck out. We will see what will be the situation after the recent development. There is ongoing struggle of the coal mine affiliated with trade unions who would like to keep, who would like to kind of like reverse the decision of the government and or at least amend it in a way that they could at least use coal for local district heating. But generally, political will is clear and is also supported not only by the governmental decisions, but also by the long-term strategy action plan, which is developed for the region, and also by vision of participating in the EU Just Transition Fund and kind of using Green Deal push of the European Union to deal with the industry. But as I already mentioned and summarized this, I mean, there are resources from the EU, there are resources from the government allocated for transformation of the region. On the other hand, the structure of the industry, structure of the economy has a very severe or structural conditions which are not really enabling easy transformation, and we'll see how this is going to be transformed and how will be the local economy able to actually accommodate people who will lose jobs because of the mining closure.
Richard, you need to finish.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Just I will not go through all these points. I will just mention two things which I think is also important for our future discussion. The first one is how we will do the case study. You know, the quantitative data we were using so far were pretty much in the nice, you know, like growing trend of increasing employment, decreasing unemployment, economic performance, whatever. But we will not have quantitative data what happened right now this year sooner than maybe next year. So because most of the data we need would come with some delay. So this is one of the challenge for the future of the study. The second one is in the lack of qualitative data, we would need to focus on qualitative data. And again, this puts a big challenge and on the sampling and focus of the research, because some of the things that you already mentioned in the discussion in the forenoon about different aspects of task one, the dimensions on economical, technical, environmental, cultural, gender, etc., would require quite different focus of the qualitative work. So this is small as in nutshell. We also published 2 reports about economic performance and economic and outlook for the region. For those who are interested, they are both published in English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Sorry for not being able to stay within the time frame, and I immediately hand over to Lydia.
Oops, sorry.
Something is wrong with, okay, now I'm here. Okay, we are terribly delayed, nevertheless, try to moderate this second session on carbon region basis. And let's start from Brindisi and Elena, please.
Sorry, I have the microphone off, so I'm sharing the presentation. It's okay with the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of you, and in particular for Oliver to share the format of presentation. I will present the second Italian case study, the Brindisi case study, and so the presentation is not going on. Okay. So I would like to introduce some feature of the area. The Brindisi province is located in Apulia region in the southeast of Italy. Brindisi hosts 2 coal-fired power plants. The north is located in the center of the city, the Brindisi town, and the second is located in the south, in Cerano. Brindisi often is confused with another important issue in Apulia region, represented by the Taranto steel mills. So Apulia region hosts 2 important issues, socioeconomic and environmental impact activities: the Brindisi power plants and the Taranto power steel mills. So we choose to cope with the Brindisi situation. I would like to point out about some data. In particular with the unemployment rate, as previously Claudia said, we have in Italy, we have territory with a very high unemployment rate. So the Brindisi province, with respect to the southern of Italy, that includes islands, has an unemployment rate quite lower. But if you compare this data with the data of Italy, you can understand that's a big issue in this territory. We also put we put 2 data about 2017 and 2019, because the other data are related to 2017. So now the situation is better than in the past, and it will be very interesting to know, to value the effect of the new situation, the new emergency of related to COVID. And the Brindisi province, in the Brindisi province, the energy production represents the main, one of important activities in the area. And it is showed, but the data on employment and also on the added value for energy production. These data are higher than in other territories, on the territory level. another important data is the added value for employed that is higher than compared to the rest of Apulia region. This data is very very related to the energy production plants. The two plants are both in transformation. The Brindisi North activities were stopped from 2013. So now the plant is not working, and no decision are done about the type of reconversion. There are projects on reconversion in natural gas or biogas production, or also compost plants. So concerning waste management.
A little bit.
Okay. The Brindisi South will be phased out by 2025, and now 300 of employed are working in, but the overall supply chain related to the energy production involves 1,500 workers. As in the previous case, no decision are done in terms of reconversion, and the population in both cases, the population and the local stakeholder are very opposing the reconversion, because they have no trust in how the reconversion will be made. So, in addition to socioeconomic effect of phase out, the main challenge is the coal uncovered storage. The coal uncovered storage is one of the main source of pollution and disease. So it represents a big issues in terms of environmental and health impact. And also Apulia represents a paradox, because Apulia produces the 11% of total power capacity of Italy, emitting 32 million of tons of carbon dioxide, that represent the 24% of Italian total emissions. But at the same time, the Apulia is the second region for renewable energy sources installed capacity. So this is really a paradox. And another challenge, and I thanks also Paul to to let us know something about it. Brindisi is not included in the Just Transition Fund because in the Annex D, the area of Taranto is wrongly associated with the power plants located in Brindisi. So we are asking to consider differently Taranto and Brindisi. And Apulia region, and in particular the municipality of Brindisi, to cope with so many challenges represented by the phase out of plants and the reconversion of industrial activities, are creating a study center on decarbonization, and to study and to propose alternative way addressed to circular economy and the green relocation of workers. We also
maybe this is not that important. You took too much time, please.
Okay, I just
one sentence for you.
Just show all the stakeholders we registered right now. There are 20 stakeholders belonging to the 5 categories previously recorded. So we will. It will be very, very important for us find a common scale to assign the attitudes and the political power to all the stakeholders recorded in the entrance project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena, very much. And now I will ask Alexandra from Krakow to tell something about Krakow metropolitan area, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, make the big screen, please.
Full screen is?
No, oh, now it is.
Yes, okay. Hi everyone, my name is Aleksandra Komorowska and I'm working at the Mineral and Energy Economy Research Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences. And today I have a pleasure to present you some crucial information about Krakow metropolitan area. The outline of my presentation is as previous one. Krakow metropolitan area is one of the most polluted regions in the European Union. In particular, smog phenomenon is in this area. The level of low stack emission is extremely high, especially in winter months. You can see the Krakow is located in the south part of Poland. It includes 17 communities. Its area is almost 1,500 kilometers square. Population is 1.1 million inhabitants. Population density is 747 per kilometer square. Main cities are Krakow, Skawina, Krzeszowice, and Niepołomice. In this slide, I would like to show you main sources of pollution in Krakow metropolitan area in 1919 and 2018. As you can observe, the total value of pollution decreased in this period, and the highest decrease is observed in energy sector. The decrease is a consequence of energy efficiency improvement and installation of emission control systems in our power plants. The decrease is also observed in non-energy industry. It is a result of inter alia closing the steel factory in Krakow, the decrease in coke production in Krakow, and generally energy efficiency improvement in machines and equipment used in this sector. On the other side, we can observe the increase in the transport sector, and it is a consequence of the increase of car numbers in our region. In this figure, you can see the level of low stack emission in Krakow metropolitan area in December 2019. The red color means the poor air quality, and as can you observe, the red one is the main color in our region. As ongoing transformation is concerned in our region, the following activities in transport are taken. First, road infrastructure expansion, increase in the capacity of interchange lines, construction and extension of bicycle paths, activities aimed at reducing the transport intensity in the center and reducing traffic jams, increase of the number of park and ride points. Ongoing transformation in low stack emission area means co-financing for replacing old, inefficient coal boilers with low or even zero emission ones, for example, natural gas, biomass, heat pumps, etc. Thermomodernization of public buildings and co-financing for inhabitants, and installation of renewable energy sources in public area and co-financing for inhabitants. Of course, the most important challenge in our region is to improve air quality through 50,000 coal boilers to replace in our region, increasing the number of zero emission buses in our region even to 20% from January 1st, 2025, increasing the number of park and ride points, increasing the length of bicycle paths, and expansion of the fast agglomeration rail. In this slide, I would like to show you our stakeholders. We have industrial, local government, and academic partners. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Alexandra. And you can see it was a little bit different prospect than the others we have heard by now. And let's go to the next presentation. And Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Ricardo, the audio, please.
Ricardo? We can't hear you, Ricardo. Plus.
Sorry, just a second. Well, this is the presentation of the, where is the region? Okay. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I will make the presentation of the Aspontes region within the province of A Coruña at the northwest of Spain. Here is the location of Aspontes, just in the region of Galicia on the north of Portugal, and here it is in the north of the province with an extension relatively small, but it has 10 places within the municipality, with a population of more than 10,000 inhabitants from last year. Well, there was a mine here who was converted in a lake, like you can see in the lower left corner, and and the mining activity is not active at this moment. The As Pontes thermal power plant is an industry that has a total of 924 workers, 174 from the workforce of the Endesa company, which is the owner of the power plant, and with an auxiliary employment of 600 and other truck drivers that transport the carbon from the harbor, from the closest harbor to the power plant. So it's the main industry in this region, and the transition to clean energy may generate a high level of unemployment in the area, with problems with changing the professional qualifications. So this is the evolution of the population of As Pontes, of the municipality, and compared cities in other provinces of Galicia. So the population has been decreasing in number from 1998 until the last year that I have evidence now, 2014. This is the evolution also of the population in As Pontes after closing the mine in 2007, and after the adaptation to imported carbon to comply with the European regulations on emissions, on carbon emissions. This was the maximum production moment in 1982, and this is when the Endesa which was a private company, which was a state company, was privatized in 1997. Well, this is the situation of the central here, and of the power plant. This is the lake generated after the mine was closed, and this is the harbor of Ferrol, very 70 kilometers from the power plant. And what we can say about this is that they take the water for the operations of the plant from the Eumer River, which is very close of the power plant. And the imported coal is transported from this harbor. So, well, I said already that it was operated as a mine, mouth power generation, and the mine that was closed in 2007. In March of 2018, the owner of the power plant started with a 200 million investment program for complying with the regulations of the European Commission on carbon emissions. And in September of 2019, the company announced its intention to close as early as 2022, foreseeing the poor profitability due to the increasing EU carbon emissions price. This is an image of the lake. This is the harbor of Ferrol, the closest port. This is against the lake and the extension of the power plant. Sorry for not having the full screen. And well, now the land is available for other alternatives, and the discussion is at this moment open. Endesa, which is the owner, is making the land available to host new industrial projects within an extension of more than 700,000 square meters for new business. Part of them is immediately available, with possibility of additional space for import-export of goods in the facilities of the port of Ferrol, of the city of Ferrol. Well, the challenges has to be with the advantage that new industries can have here, related to the location of the industrial area, as an European point closest to the Latin American platform, or connecting, that it is a connecting point to the central axis of the European Atlantic corridor that provides access to 80 million people, with capacity to transport 1,000 million tons per kilometer per year, interconnected to the rest of the European railway corridors. So another advantage is that it is a free zone in the northwest, the only free zone in the northwest of Spain, where exemptions from customs duties for foreign goods and other tax advantages can be applied. So, well, we have here a very challenging future, open to all these co-creation meetings, all these methodologies that we are trying to implement. We have the collaboration of many stakeholders working on a vision related to the just transition from the policy side, and in order to, well, to solve the main concern of the population related to the continuity of employment, and making it compatible with an agreement in favor of climate change. There is a strong social movement regarding until last year, regarding the close of the power plant because the pollution. We cannot forget that this power plant and another power plant in the province make A Coruña province as the more polluted of Spain, and one of the obstacles for Spain fulfilling with the Tokyo agreement, with the Tokyo Protocol. Well, some proposals coming from different stakeholders have to do with the reconversion of the thermal power plant to renewable energy through biofuel, and other industries around the power plant, well, provide different advantages in the site. Well, this is the business activities in the province, related to agricultural and technological issues, and also related to industries, being the main industry, the textile Inditex group, which has to do with fashion. This is Zara, the Zara trademark. And well, we have also other industries around, because Galicia produces 40% of the Spain's wood panels and generates 20% of pulp. Well, over other 3,000 companies, generating 12% of the region's employment, underlying the ENSE and FINSA as the main important companies here. So, well, Galicia has over close to 12,000 logistics and transportation companies with some 49,000 employees, and the port of Ferrol is one of the Spain's leading ports with over 350 tons per year. So, well, regarding the stakeholders, well, we will take into account the collaboration of the government, the local, regional, and some EU policymakers, of course. And from the part of the industry, the owner of the company, the other owners, other companies that are related to the work produced in the power plant, like INSA, Teixo Telecom, or IFE Group, Sebron. And of course, from the civil society, we will count with ecologist groups, with citizens associations groups, unions, and so on. And from the research and education field, we will count with the 3 universities in the region. So this is, well, a very brief presentation about our case study.
Thank you, Ricardo. And now let's go to the Austria's case.
Hi. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Stefan.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Stefan from ZSI. I'm going to present the case of Upper Styria. Same outline as everybody else, of course. This is a map of Austria and Styria. You see here the board map with Austria. It's one of the biggest and most industrialized provinces in Austria, bordering here next to Slovenia, Hungary, Italy is down here. As you can see in this map with the topology, I was actually looking long for a map like this with the topology. It's a very alpine region, but at the same time, you see here this big valley, and this big valley is one of the most important cores of Austrian industrialization, dating back to the 11th century. Here is a mountain, it's called Erzberg, which is the biggest iron ore mine or deposit in the world. The problem there is mostly that the iron ore is not as pure, so there's a lot of stones in it, so it's not as profitable as, for example, the mines in Sweden. Because of the globalization, automatization, these provinces here, also like especially this town municipality close to, oh, why is it jumping back? Okay. This municipality close to this mountain decreased from 14,000 inhabitants in 1950s to like 4,000 nowadays. So these are one of the most struggling regions in Austria here in this more alpine area. At the same time, the industrial valley down here isn't doing too bad. I was looking up, come to that later, but I can show you some, graphs about their economic development. As you can see, when the main city in Styria is Graz. It's not inside the region, and it's actually divided by a chain of mountains. So it's really a little microcosmos here. And the biggest cities are Leoben and Kapfenberg, which are here in this valley. Of course, with the mining and the steel productions, these are the most energy-consuming industries there. And they're still partly running on coal and also on gas. And there's one major site of a company here in Leoben that is first. It's a biggest Austrian steel concern company, which is not only on this site but in general in Austria, like responsible for 10% of the total CO2 emissions of the country. So this is a huge factor. Regional background, as a little bit mentioned already, like it's uneven. As you see here on this map here below, I put it here municipality level. There are some regions who are shrinking really badly. This is the last 5 years based on 2017. Here in the Alpine area, there are really areas that are really struggling a lot, while sorry, I don't know what's wrong here. The core industrial areas are not doing too bad when it comes to employment, but they're still not as dynamic as other areas in the country. The tertiary education is really low, the wages are low, but that's not true for this more northern industrialized area. As you can see here on the growth of wages in the last years, they were growing more dynamically than Austria as such. Ongoing transformation, this is a problem that's also we will face when we talk about this kind of processes and the definition of regions. Many of the indicators that we're looking for are not available on NUTS 2 level, or they're only available on NUTS 2 level, and this region that we're looking at is actually 3 NUTS 3 level regions, and only half a NUTS 2 level region. So I put here some Austrian numbers in general and try to compare it with what's going on in this upper Styria region. We see that in Austria, the transition in general is ongoing, especially in electricity. We have a lot of hydropower traditionally, and Fernwärme is like district heating. We have traditionally wood, especially also in this region, in mountainous regions. There's a lot of houses that are actually heating with wood, biomass. With the total remaining energy is mostly the transport. We're importing gasoline. But in general, Austria, especially the share of coal, has been dropping from 18,000 terajoule in from 25,000 terajoule to 18,000 terajoule in 2018, which is minus 30%. At the same time, in Styria, it was only going down 11%. And I was looking it up per sectors in the steel industry. It's rather stable altogether. And what was saved in coal is substituted with natural gas in these industries. So the carbon intensity remains. Yeah, so these steel mills really need a lot of energy. They're still in the region. They're vital for the region. That's the part of the economy that's actually working there. They still face or expect an increase in energy demand. When we look at the biggest natural renewable energy sources, hydro energy and biomass is basically running at already like 80% of the total capacity. There's not a lot more they can do. It's alpine. Wind in the Alps is always tricky because you need some distance and the winds are not as predictable in the valleys.
Okay, could you just speed up a little bit?
Yes, and in general, the challenging geography. And migration is also a problem. The sectors that are doing well facing shortage of workforce, while other regions are shrinking. I collected the key stakeholders. I just put the logos here. We have Föst and Böhler. This is steel industry. We have some research centers here with a university and some non-university research center. There are these green tech clusters, green energy labs that are working on new solutions. And we have the whole public sector, especially also with the municipality-owned energy power plants in the most important cities there. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's go to Christian and Stavanger.
Erika, yes, exactly. So the presentation will be given by Erika and Alim.
Okay, yes. Erika, yes. Okay.
We will use Alim's screen to share, and then we will need Alim and me to be able to speak.
Screen to be available.
So please let Alim share his screen.
Oh.
Alim?
Yes, I am trying.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I have some problems to share on the screen.
I see.
Adrian, sorry that I know that you have some meetings later. It's difficult sometimes to make more control on the time of the people. Everyone has to be responsible of their own time.
Alim, do you want me to try and share?
If you can try. No, I can't. Kind of. Can you try?
I can try, yes, but I have to start the PowerPoint first.
I'm very sorry, Ricardo. Maybe
you can move us to the next, maybe, if you want.
Adrian.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Okay, then maybe Adriana first. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Hang on, there's a video as well at that stage. Thank you. I'll keep this very brief as we are running very over time at the moment. This is a quick presentation about South Wales. I'll talk about the general picture rather than lots of detail. It's a very interesting case study because it moves from the context of what we used to call king coal, where coal dominated the economy of Wales, through a carbon-intensive industry based upon iron, steel, power and other activities, through to a renewable energies transition based around wind power and marine energy technologies. It's worth looking at the history of coal. You can see the long-term decline in both the number of coal mines and also the number of employees. There are over 120,000 people working in coal in the 1950s. By 2018, there were just 550 workers employed in coal mines, and 3 mines currently remain in Wales. The important part of this, of course, for many, is the number of male job losses that happened in the Great Closure from the early 1980s through to 1994. The South Wales coalfield lost 27,000 jobs. 97% of those jobs were male. That was 21%, a fifth of all male jobs in that economy. And of those jobs, only 20% of those male jobs lost, only 20% of the male jobs were actually replaced. That left a great legacy, both of problematic identities, but also socioeconomic difficulties. In terms of thinking about carbon intensive transition though, we're thinking in Wales much more about greenhouse gas emissions at the current time. Most of those emissions are found in our power sector, but there are also important elements within industry and also agriculture. And the ambition is to reduce carbon emissions by 2050 to at least 80% of the levels from 1990. That is not as much as the UK government and the carbon commissioner for the UK would like. The issue being is that because we are a carbon intensive economy, we can't achieve the aim that everybody would like by 2050, which is 100% reduction to the base year. One of the things that's important around this, I think, to highlight is the sectoral dimensions to the energy transition. One of the key aspects is steel production and engineering. And in Wales, over a quarter of the UK's employment in the steel industry is employed within South Wales. That's 9,000 employees. But also, and this is a point I raised in the chat function, port employment is an important dimension of our energy transition because South Wales is the main port of entry for more than half of all liquid natural gas imports to the UK, and that's in the far west in Pembrokeshire. Equally, marine energy, wind energy and other renewables will be an important element of the future mix, and that is probably going to have a different spatial distribution to the old power plants and the coal mining that we saw previously. Critically within Wales, there is an important cultural dimension in the rural economies because agriculture is such a significant part of our carbon transition strategy. And that obviously impacts upon issues around the Welsh language, which is a very important cultural element within Wales. So finally, without talking about all the different stakeholders who might be involved, because there are many of those, I think it's worth highlighting 5 key policy considerations. The first one is governance. Wales has a devolved government, the Welsh Assembly, but that does not have full devolution of powers from the UK. And the balance of powers and the balance of devolved powers has a really important influence upon what can be achieved and who by in the energy transition. There is also a very important element around distributional justice. We've talked a lot about just transitions, and in Wales we have a government group around climate justice. Part of that is thinking not only about the impacts in Wales and Europe, but also the global impacts of the decisions that we take towards an energy transition. Equally, we've heard a lot over yesterday and today about the importance of industrial transformation, the move from heavy engineering to Industry 4.0. There are all sorts of challenges with that we've heard before, particularly around skills, but also income levels. But also the move towards service industry has been an important element of this. And that's a replacement of economic activity rather than a redistribution of existing activity. Within Wales, we have a lot of attention at the moment on considerations of economic prosperity and economic resilience. And in many ways, we are couching the energy transition in terms of a resilience agenda. But the final thing that I'd like to highlight in the case of Wales is a legislative act, which is called the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And this places a legal obligation on the public sector to consider the impacts of its decisions on future generations. And that Future Generations Act divides activities in Wales into 7 groups. Those which promote a prosperous Wales, that's the economic dimension. Those which promote a resilient Wales, that's largely ecosystem services and ecology. Actions which promote a healthier Wales, those that promote a more equal Wales. Those that promote a Wales of cohesive communities and a vibrant culture and a thriving Welsh language. And finally, as I said before, a globally responsible Wales. And all actions we take under an energy transition have to meet these goals by law. So that offers a very strong framework to be considering, not just the needs of generations today, but also the generations to come. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. And maybe now Erika and Alim.
Yes, Erika is trying.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I am pretty sure I will succeed soon.
Okay, 5 minutes, please, because we
Yes, yes, yes.
finished.
Yes, we know. Okay, there it is.
We don't forgive the lunch
Do you
time.
see it now? Do you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Sorry about this. Is it so that I am not allowed to share now? Could that be it? Because I am sharing. Share screen.
Yes, yes, no, it's okay.
No, it's not this one. Yes, this one.
Is it okay now?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Very good. Okay, sorry about the problem with the, apparently there was something with the Mac of Alim. So Alim will start. I will take a little and present 2 sections, and then Alim will close again. So I leave over to Alim now.
Yes.
And to put the next slide, if I can.
Yes, please.
Yes, I can. Yes, here. Thank you.
Skip the slide because everyone has the slide. Now we are presenting the Greater Stavanger region of Norway. It's located in the Rogaland County of Norway, and it's quite a huge area. There is quite large population. Well, compared to other cities or regions in Europe, it's small, but in Norway, it's quite a large region. And the Stavanger region is comprised of 12 small municipalities. And it's the 3rd largest metropolitan region in Norway. And of course, it's well known as oil and the gas industry center in Norway. Stavanger is the main city, and of course, it's the 4th largest city in Norway. And the Norwegian oil company, largest Norwegian oil company, Equinor, has a main office in Stavanger. Next slide, please. And here's some regional background. Compared to other regions in Norway, as Norway as a whole, the total number of people employed in oil and gas industry is quite big, as shown in these figures. In 2017, there was about 10% of labor force were employed in oil and the gas industry and the service and related services. And of course, this oil and gas industry and related services is not the biggest sector in Norwegian system, but still this oil and gas industry and related services generates quite big chunk of new values in Norwegian BNP. or Norwegian GDP. So next, please.
So now I am going to say something about the ongoing transformation in Stavanger. It has been quite stir up late last years because of both the environmental issues we are trying to decarbonize, and also this environment, both the environmental issue, but also the prices of oil have gone up and down and up and down. When we say that Equinor is big, we mean that it is actually also very important for the rest of the region, because they have almost everyone in Stavanger is influenced by the business going down or up for the oil industry and the gas. It is also a very particularly scenic landscape, and they have there is a lot of digitalization, automation processes going on. They are trying to change the focus on energy industry from fossil to renewables, and have had a lot of issues with unemployment that lead to retraining of existing competences, for instance. And Statoil, which is, as you know, the state oil, actually means that, has changed its name to Equinor and starting to redefine its focus. And are going recently launching a climate roadmap. Interesting here, why I show you this, I will not go into details. This is Equinor's newly released climate roadmap, is that they will, you still see the carbon capture, utilization and storage here. And that is, I think, kind of capturing the dilemma that Equinor is facing now with decarbonization, at the same time as people are very afraid of losing their livelihood, and the identity of Stavanger as a whole is very much the oil capital of Norway. So the challenges they are facing now is to integrate the new role and fit the former Statoil and other businesses in the transition process to gain credibility for the transition, because they have been questioned a lot as it only being a greenwashing of the name, and just calling it Equinor doesn't change anything. So this climate roadmap is very much a response to that critique, I would say, from environmentalists. And they want to remain an energy production and high-tech center of Norway, but they have to do it post-oil. However, this post-oil is very debatable, and Equinor is very afraid of, I think, at least what I've found is that they are very afraid of saying that they will end the use of oil. And
sorry, Erika.
I will quote, yeah. We will produce less oil in a low carbon future, but value created from oil and gas will still be high. That's the last quote from it. So I will let Aline close.
Yes, there are identified stakeholders in Stavanger region. It's mainly about the oil and gas industry sector, and as well public sector, research sector, and citizen involvement, some startups. As far as the oil and the energy sector considered, they have quite a large weight on politics and development. They have already started investing in renewable energy sources like on and offshore wind, and making some changes towards that. So we will see more changes are coming in Stavanger region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo, that's your decision about the next session, because you see the time is as it is. What do you mean? Just turn on mic.
Well, I understand that we are out of time, but we need to have some discussion about this.
Okay, so I will...
Even if possible, 20 minutes. If not, well, we can close. Or if somebody has to go out the meeting, well, we understand.
Okay. So I will try. I prepared some very short presentation just to start the discussion on common and differentiated challenges of coal and carbon region in transition. And this is it. And just to put 4 questions, which I mean, they are crucial for the discussion on this topic. Definition of coal region and carbon intensive regions. This is the issue that was discussed yesterday, was discussed also today, and I believe that during the the work package 1 and work package 2, we will have to go to conclusion. Then we need to discuss about coal regions and the similarities and differences of the chosen coal studies that we have put into the group of coal regions, and also the same, we should discuss the similarities and differences in the coal-intensive regions, to finally find the common and different challenges in between coal and carbon-intensive regions. And here there are those, just to remind you, those 7 coal mining regions and the 6 carbon-intensive regions for discussion. And to start with, I would like just to give what I mean as a definition, just as a starting point, which it was in a chart and also in a discussion. It was improved, but finally I believe we have to find the final definition. So coal regions in transition, in my opinion, are coal where coal mines operate, both hard coal or lignite mines, which in the aspect of transition from coal will undergo or already are undergoing deep structural changes, including coal mines phase out. That's my preliminary definition of coal regions in transition. And carbon-intensive regions in transition are regions in which coal and hydrocarbons are intensively used in different sectors of economy, thus facing air quality problems which lead to negative impacts on environment, human health, and costs to society. Transformation in these regions consists in reducing the consumption of fossil fuels in various sectors of region's economy. That's my preliminary definition of the coal and carbon intensive region. And just not to make the presentation, I would like to give you the floor. Who wants just to discuss on this topic, please?
May I, Lydia?
Yes.
Yes, we also discussed a bit on chat before, and also, if you remember, this was a hot topic during the preparation of the project. I think I agree with your view, but I think we are in front of 13 regions. Each of them has different situation. We are in front of a variety of situations because, for example, many of the coal mining regions are also carbon intensive region in the definition that you have provided. So, and we have some regions that is not extracting coal anymore, but it has been extracting coal for a long time. So it's from a cultural, social, political perspective, it's very similar to coal mining region. For this reason, while drafting the proposal, we de-emphasized these differences. We used that just as a way to arbitrary, to categorize different, to split the case studies in two work package, basically, because we will have many differences between each different region, with a lot of variety of cases that can be, of course, can be better classified. We can find a different classification and we can reorganize them, but I think that the division in two will not work, because we will came up in many times. We tried to do that during the project preparation. We came up a lot of time with a lot of exception to the general rules. So that's why we, just for classifying them arbitrarily, we distinguish them for dividing the task also of the two work package between coal mining regions, so regions that are extracting, as you're suggesting, but it does not exclude that they also have intensive use of coal for production of energy or industry, and all the other regions. So the ones that are not extracting, but for example, there is also in the work package 4, there is also Stavanger, which is not using coal, but it's extracting oil. So we just cluster them in coal mining and all the other carbon intensive regions. And then I think as you said, I think during the methodological specification and theoretical specification, we should better understand what are the different types also, but I think that we cannot reduce it to just to two types. Also, I think one clear issue that was clear during the preparation, but also in this session has been very clear, that and it's also related to what Oliver and Mark discussed at the beginning. We have to operationalize region, because some of them are huge regions, which involves many different situations in between, and other are more really related to some places. So we have to work, I think, to better define each of the cases and to find a way to identify different size, different perspective, as Mark suggested a little bit this morning, different definition for the different type of analysis that we will conduct.
Anyway, what I could say here, that the decarbonization challenge is here the clue point. So, and as we look at the aspect of different sociological issues, we have to find those factors, patterns, and dynamics that are common for both groups. And I think it's not very important to divide them into carbon intensive or coal intensive. We have just some mechanism in Europe, like just transition fund. And this will allow us to find and realize the main goal, which is to formulate a set of recommendations which are common for both groups.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, then.
Can I have a question? Lydia, can I
Yes, definitely.
So what I understood so far is that we are dealing with regions that either coal phase out or decarbonization face already or prospectively severe threats, impact to, let's say, regional development in general. So to make it maybe a bit more clear, I'm having
Sorry, I can't hear you. It's
You can't hear me? Okay. You can't hear me. Yeah, this is a audio problem, right?
Now it's okay. Maybe it's just when you go too close to the mic, it's pop up a little.
Okay, I will try once again. So make it short. I'm having problems with the Krakow case study, as I don't see here concerning the whole region really structural effect of decarbonization or a coal phase out in this region. Or will you focus on the Nova Huta subspace with a big steel mill there?
If I can answer this question, because I'm from Krakow myself, not only Alexandra, the problem of Krakow area is that we have very high pollution, which is caused by using coal, but not in we of course use it in different industries and energy systems. We have a hidden power plant, but the main problem is that we burn coal in households and stoves. And we have no other way to heat the houses. So that's also the problem of the urbanization and all the aspects that go after it, the energy poverty, and also the possibility of choosing the way of heating, and also the problem that our heating plant is also based on coal, and everything makes the air so polluted that, well, I will say, you've seen yesterday the Martin's presentation on a coal platform, and for this deliberation of coal platform, Krakow area is also foreseen. So you see that's the problem that is common with other places that intensively use coal. Is it? Yeah, Giovanni?
Yes, I think it's one of the nice things of this project is that we deal with a variety of different situations. We explore different cases. We have, as Peter said, we have common background, so all the cases will be hugely affected by decarbonization because they are attached to coal. Many cases are just one case to oil extraction, which is Stavanger. So they have a common background, even if very broad. But it's nice to have variety of situation, and we can probably do broad. We would be able to do broad comparison, and in some cases where the cases are more similar, we can also go much in depth because they are very similar. We can do sub-analysis of sub-cases that are really the same, but it's nice to have this variety of regions, and I think it is an added value to explore all these different cases.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we always actually moving in the same policy framework of the European Union, and the policy framework is clearly done by the goal of 2050 carbon neutrality and Green Deal. while we see in many cases kind of like, let's say, high-tech, maybe lower-tech approaches how to actually do decarbonization. In some cases, we are seeing areas which goes to maybe carbon capture storage or some other technically more advanced, let's say, positions. In some cases, we see replacement of home combustion boilers or whatever, but they're all going the same way. So we may actually use this as a kind of framework, and then we see how it works or doesn't work in terms of conflicts between technologies, different kind of technologies, let's say immediate technologies, high-tech technologies, how it works with policies and the social conflicts and everything else what we describe in the framework of the work package 1 and the theoretical framework. So I think it fits well together. So.
Okay. If I may, one more sentence. Going back to the Oliver's presentation, I would like to stress that the work package 3 and work package 4 are very important to make this final work we are supposed to do, and that we are, as leaders of those packages, at the pivotal position. We need to discuss with leaders of the earlier packages and also have a very close cooperation with work package 5 and even 6. And we have go here and there and make changes, and before the final methodological framework is built and checked and compared, we need to be elastic, very to high extent. Some more comments? Yes, Giovanni?
Yes, just to stress that the presentation were very interesting, all the 13 presentation very interesting, and it's also trying to put together what the presentation of this session with the presentation of the former session. It's interesting to me to see that probably an analysis, a more comprehensive analysis of what is happening in the region, for also not only from economic point of view, which is very important, but also from psychological, social, environmental point of view, comprehensive and in different country, in different region, it's lacking at the moment, what I see. So it's, I think our project will fit well with the task of broadening the picture about the regions.
And also, from my point of view, if we look at those 6 sociological aspects, I can imagine that socio-economic, technical, and ecological aspects are clear, more or less clear. But we don't know, and that's the way to discuss. Maybe someone of you knows, but I don't know how the socio-cultural, political, psychological, and gender issues are they different or common? I don't know. It was the question, and maybe we will not solve all the problems. This is our project that would solve them. So if I could, I will give the floor to Ricardo just to summarize and wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the moderators for this excellent work. And thank you to all the presenters for your presentations here today and the discussions. Well, it was nice to see a very diversity of approaches and very good spirit of cooperation and collaboration. not only we are going to work really in co-creation with organizations, with different stakeholders, but it seems that we have a very good spirit of co-creation between all of us. So it's necessary to highlight here also how important is the gender dimension, since it was the focus of the discussion, no? In many aspects, even when we have to define in the different in the 6 sections that we have to explore in our conceptual analysis, we have to define specifically, more specifically, how the gender connect with each one and how they are related, no, each other. But it was really very important. Well, we have a lot of work ahead in terms of conceptualize and in terms of operativization of the methodology, but also in terms of operationalization of the case studies. The discussions that had taken place here climb for more definitions of what coal regions are and what carbon intensive regions are, because we have underlined, as Giovanni said, that there is a lot of factors that justify why cultural is one of our main theoretical aspects that will have here a very relevant role. Also, Adrian is manifesting, is underlying the problem of the risk of exporting carbon costs not to other regions, particularly outside the European Union. No? Being aware that decarbonizing, our economy is not the complete solution, because it can be not just in terms of transition. So we have a challenging future, ahead, and this future has to be more discussed in terms of the objectives of this project. I would like to thank you also to the members of the advisory board, because 6 of the 7 members that we have in the advisory board have been here, have been from yesterday and today, and well, I think they are doing a very interesting work with their questions and opinions. So, well, if nobody wants to say anything else, but I would like to close now this session for today. Also saying thank you for some of other participants that are not members of the consortium, but they are attending here the meeting today, like Nachatar Singh, or like Ana Maria Garcia, or like Marta Fernandez Prieto, who is a member of our research group also, who has been participating here today.
Paul Baker.
Yes, and Paul Baker, I refer to him as a member of the advisory board. David Asher, Paul Baker, Nora Ratchell, John Togersen, also maybe I leave somebody, but I think we have all of the, well, with the exception of Maria Rosaria, who has excused her presence here today with us because she received very late the information about the kickoff meeting, and she had scheduled other meetings. So, well, we are really very happy with how the discussions are being conducted. So, well, nothing else. Anything else from somebody of you before closing? Right. So see you tomorrow. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, maybe at 9:30, to share the coffee and informal discussion. And tomorrow we will start with the presentation of the of Alessandro Ioncusa University by Andre Holman about the comparative analysis, and we will discuss later other not less important operational things like the work package 6 that we are leading, and also the work package 7 from dissemination activities, where we will share knowledge about the the image and communication things about the project. And finally, with the discussion regarding the board of regional stakeholders and peers regional organization outside Europe that will be conducted by IURADA. So thank you very much and have a good day, have a good lunch time. And I'm sorry because I pushed all the consortium to the Spanish time for the lunch, which is usually now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.